Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Bonfire Lit ComfyCast. This is episode 5. My name is Vash.
And my name is Pokey.
And this week, actually, it has become more of a weekly thing than it ever has been. So
Yeah.
we're actually making decent time.
Look at us being productive.
We're really not. But yeah, so we actually got a lot to talk about this week. But starting things off, let's talk about what we've been playing while, in between the two casts. So I actually haven't been playing much. What about you?
So, it's not that I've been playing much, but I've been playing things. I've been playing some Woolly World.
Whoa, video games. Hold on, we don't like those.
Yeah, I've been playing that Woolly World, loving that Woolly World.
Woolly World
still
is
on
so
World
good.
2, namely just because...
Really?
Yeah. I've been going slow on it because I've been doing the whole monitor setup thing, and, the whole reason why I did that was so I can get rid of the TV in my room. And now the TV's out of my room, I'm not putting it back in, so I'm not going to play... And I need to get my monitor back because I had to send that one back because it was shitty. So now I got a new one coming in. That's not going to be here till tomorrow.
Was it faulty or was it just not to your liking?
It wasn't to my liking. I would doubt that it's even faulty because it's
an Asus. Well, it actually is weird because I have an Asus monitor and I really like mine.
Yeah, but yours yours is different though. Like the one I got had this weird yellow tint to it. No matter how much I changed the coloring, I had this.
Well, that's. You know what that might be? It might be like one of their gunner things.
That might have been.
Because I know with some gaming monitors now they've been like, oh hey, everybody has eye fatigue. It's okay. Let's just make the screen out of the same thing that the gunners are made out of.
That's so weird though because
we'll put MLG out of business.
That's so weird though because the fucking like the yellow on there wasn't helping my eyes to help.
Oh really?
Eye
Like
fatigue.
it wasn't. It
was
like
actually making it worse.
Like really?
And like cause you know how every
it was
monitor
like an intense yellow. Yeah.
Yeah. It was a very intense yellow. Like how every monitor that comes out of the box, you obviously have to turn down the brightness. So I know that. Turn down the brightness was at 100. I turned it down to about 50. Even then, it was still fucking with my eyes. I fucked with the ASCR, which is their personal contrast method for helping with things. It helped with the contrast, but the contrast was still pretty bad, especially since there was ghosting, trails and shit like that.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
It had native ghosting? Why?
I don't fucking know. I was editing my Bayonetta video, and I just couldn't help but notice I was getting ghosting in my preview window. It was weird, because it didn't happen with like, when I popped on MGR, just to see, how it looked on the new monitor. It looked fine. Nothing was wrong. I don't know why, with my editing software, it was ghosting, so... Fuck that noise.
So are you going to stick with an Asus monitor, or are you going to get something different?
I'm checking out a ViewSonic this time. See how that
okay.
goes. And the only reason why I'm even like going for these specific monitors is because obviously they got an HDMI port, so I can plug my shit in there.
Yeah.
So
are you going to DVI?
DVI it's going to have a DVI straight into the PC, and then the console's going to go straight through HDMI.
I gotcha.
Yeah. So that's a thing. Playing Woolly World, or I was until I had to return my monitor. Which, by the way, Woolly World looked great on there. What else?
Well, Woolly World just looks great in general, honestly.
It's a gorgeous game. It's beautiful. And Humble Bundle was kind enough to help me with the fact that I had codes that I had to get reimbursed on, or not reimbursed. I had activated them on my other Steam account, the one, the dummy one that I made.
Okay.
So because I did that, I was like, yeah. So I activated them on, over here. Can I get the codes back? It took them a while to get back to me, but they kept me updated that we'll get back to you soon. We'll get back to you soon. We promise. And when they did, they gave me new codes for all the games that I asked that I had.
Wow. Look at
that.
that.
Jesus Christ! Like customer support, man. Steam could learn a lot from you.
Well, goddamn. It's just customer support, man.
So
weird.
Two of the games from there that I've been playing were Resident Evil 4.
You got RE from that?
Yeah, it was from the Capcom Humble Bundle. So
Is
RE4.
Is that where you got Strider?
Yeah, because remember I already own Strider on my my normal account, and so because of that I was like, well, I got an extra one, so sent that to you. So
I actually haven't played that yet, so
yeah. Been playing RE4. Great game, obviously. Also tried out Remember Me.
Oh yeah, how's that going for you? How are you remembering her? What's her name?
You know what you can't forget? You can't forget the fact that the first fucking segment is an unskippable walk and talk. A very slow one.
Oh, you mean the best thing in a beat 'em up?
The kind of thing that you like to see in The Last of Us, because you're like, yeah, give me all that story. This is real storytelling in video games by letting me not skip the shit. Oh, by the way, yeah, it was unskippable.
If a fucking walk and talk was the only way to have like a calm-ish segment in a game? Fucking people do videos, dude. Come on.
I feel bad for anyone that speedruns this game. I'm sorry that you have to suffer with that every single time you start it up.
I don't think anybody even does.
I don't know if anyone does, but I know that people speedrun, Last of Us. And when they do, they hate that first fucking segment because it's just nothing but really slow walk and talk.
Well, I mean, it sort of depends on how the game is made, too, because Half-Life 2 speedruns, like, they also have those sort of slow, mostly story segments, but you actually have ways of manipulating them.
Yeah. And unfortunately, I don't know, maybe there's a way to do that in Remember Me, although
it does sort of depend on what kind of game it is, so I don't know.
I can't really see that happening in Remember Me, but maybe I'm wrong. I'll have to check out a speedrun one of these days. Anyway, the most disappointing thing about it, though, is the combat, because I was expecting...
Oh, you mean the game? Yeah. The game? The most disappointing thing about this game was the game.
It was Batman, Shadow of Mordor, Assassin's Creed.
What?
Yeah,
it's just this fucking more... It's more light attack, heavy attack.
Yeah, and then the enemies have, like, that cue that pops over their head. Make sure you hit your counterattack now. Although I don't know if there was a counterattack button. I didn't get that far in there. I only did the first fight. I was like, this isn't... I'm not... This isn't my style of game.
This is lame.
Yeah. Also, the field of view was weird. At least on a 16:900 monitor. Like, it was pulled in awkwardly.
Having to explain field of view in a third-person game is, like, super weird.
It is, especially since you can't really get it across to people how difficult it is to deal with DMC's field of view when you come from other DMCs. Because DMC's field of view is like, check out Dante's ass. We really want to put you in there. Every time attacks get super radical, we're really going to shove you right up that ass, and I hate that. And I mean, I know the camera zooms in DMC4 as well, but it doesn't have that weird FOV suffocation.
The thing about DMC4's camera, and I'm playing it right now, is that it's actually capable of moving independent of Dante or whoever character you're playing.
Yeah.
But in case of DMC, I don't know about DE with lock-on, but like it's always behind Dante or Virgil's ass.
Yeah,
that's just because that's there's no, because there's nothing else to align your viewpoint to. You're essentially locked on to Dante. It's super awkward, but yeah,
it really is. So anyway, I've been playing one other thing, and I guess we're bringing it up right now. Why not? So I've also been playing some, or I've been trying to. Mm-hmm. I've been trying to play some Darksiders 2 Definitive Edition.
Is it definitive or is it definitive?
Definitive.
Yeah, because you're playing as Death. Okay, I thought it was like...
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I own both Darksiders 1 and 2. I beat Darksiders 1. I did not beat Darksiders 2.
Yeah. Well, if you have both, do you own both on Steam?
Yeah, yes.
So then you have Definitive right now.
Oh, I have Definitive? Cool.
Yeah, it comes to you for free if you have both games. So
if you own both on, for the DLC that I bought?
It has all the DLC in it, so yeah.
Well, no, because I already bought some of the Darksiders 2 DLC.
Oh, well, I mean, there you go. Now you have the version with all of it.
Well, do I get a reimbursement on the shit I already bought? Oh, well. Yeah. I mean, it's cool they gave it to me, period, I guess. That was nice of them.
I mean... It's a cool way to promote the game, I guess, because they're like, you can, if you buy Darksiders, if you already bought Darksiders 2.
Well, I mean, and that's one of the cool things about having a platform that sort of doesn't really shift up much in generation.
Yeah. Like
PC, is that when you have these definitive editions and they're being sold on like a platform where you can just get the base game, it's really just like, why not just roll that up? Like, just make the original version the definitive edition.
Yeah, which, I mean, they already did that with Divinity Original Sin. They do it with all the Witcher games. Unfortunately, games like Sleeping Dogs force you to pay, like, $30 for
Right,
the definitive edition because like, hey, fuck you, right? Like I think you get a discount for Deus Ex, Human Revolution. Like if you have the normal one, you only have to pay like $5 or some shit. Whatever.
Is there? Oh yeah, there's like a Gotti edition or something like that.
Yeah.
Oh okay.
Yes.
Gottis are weird now.
Especially on PC.
Well,
like I mean, I know they've always existed, but like on a digital platform like Steam,
yeah,
it's really really weird.
Because yeah, and it's like people, it's like, well, you're getting like 2 different versions of the game, but it's like I already have one of them, so it's like you can just patch it, right?
I mean,
like,
we could, but we need your money.
Well, because like the thing is, if you were getting like a physical copy, like you could sort of justify it like a little bit.
Yeah.
Because you're getting 2 separate discs printed, but
yeah.
For like the difference between Devil May Cry 4 and Devil May Cry 4 Special Edition on my Steam account is I have both games on there, but they're not the same for whatever weird fucking reason. I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I
mean, I have no idea what their thought process with that was, but
especially
I mean, I get that. Well, I mean, I get that it's like, oh, we need more money, but it's like, do you really?
It's really difficult to say.
Do you need $25 when like I'd be cool paying like 10 or 5?
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's even harder to say with it's actually, that's a little bit mysterious when it comes to definitive edition because like you can make this small justification for the things that they add in DMC4 for why they need to sell it separately, although it's still suspicious.
7 out of 10.
Yeah, but definitive edition, like if you have 1 and 2, they give you definitive for free.
Right.
Yet definitive has a brand new lighting system, has brand new shadows, has brand new textures. They retextured the entire game. Has brand new particle effects as well. Like they've actually revamped it.
So it is like a true HD, like it's brought up to the technological standards of the day.
Some would say that, except on consoles, it still doesn't reach. It's a somewhat steady 30 FPS.
I know what people are gonna say. It's like, oh, it's this is the Bonfire lit console hater fucking cast, but like seriously. These consoles are really not up to snuff when it comes to what they're capable of outputting at certain frames. Like, it really does stop being an issue of whether or not people are willing to optimize. It's just, are people willing to skim out on some graphical fidelity things? You know, it's just, and, you know, it's a case by case basis. But at the same time, you hear about shit like this definitive. That's really fucking awkward to say.
It is.
Where, you know, you have these situations where it comes out, and, you know, obviously, is it an Unreal game? Because I remember playing, because I know Darksiders 1 was an Unreal, right? It was made by...
Mostly.
I swear it was Unreal.
Well, do you mean Unreal Engine, or do you mean Unreal?
Yeah, Unreal Engine.
Okay, Unreal Engine. I'm pretty positive it is Unreal 3. I'm probably wrong, but it feels like it.
Well, you know.
Yeah, I mean, plays at 30, but it feels like 60.
It's like super smooth. We have some tricks up our sleeve.
Oh man, the cringiest of quotes. So yeah, guys, not running at 60 on consoles. It's running at 30. I can't even tell if it was running at 60 on PC, I gotta be honest, because I only got it running for a little bit. And then when I changed the settings, so that way it was actually of a proper resolution and shit, it started to repeatedly crash on me.
Yeah, so, I hate to ask this, but are you like actually in need of an upgrade? Like, is it just not capable, or is it a fucking known?
I don't know.
Is it a known QA issue?
It's definitely. I don't know if it's a known. I mean, I've heard people saying that their PS4 versions have been crashing very often.
Which, oh my god, can we talk about how weird that is?
Oh yeah, about how fucking console games
on a
crash.
console,
yeah,
tripping in a fighting game. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck? Like crashing for like old games is like your console just soft locks and doesn't respond to commands.
Yeah.
But now in this gen, it's like it crashes to the fucking desktop.
Sort of, and sometimes when it does, it doesn't even let you like move in there, so you still have to like hard reset your console.
Yeah, like it's so
I don't
weird.
get it. It's weird.
But yeah, so apparently this is even happening. So maybe it's not your machine. I guess it's just the developer.
I'm going to guess so, because I'm going to say like I can play Witcher 3 at some pretty genuinely high settings.
You make a good point. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, when you say they came out with new textures, like how good does it look from what you could tell?
So I compared them because I played Definitive before I reinstalled Vanilla to check it out again.
Right.
Definitive's textures are tighter. Not anything spectacularly like incredible.
So are they new, or is it like a rescaling?
It's I don't know if they're newer or okay. I'm gonna guess that they're new because I think I heard that they are. But also then again, mind you, the textures in Vanilla Darksiders 2 are lower res, and in a lot of games, when a texture looks better from its older version to its newer version, isn't because it's a new texture. They just upped the resolution of that texture that's mapped on on the geography or the character model. For instance, Eco in the Shadow of the Colossus Eco collection. Give me a second. I have to clear my foggy ass throat. Eco. There are no new textures in that entire game. It's gorgeous on the PS3, but there are no new textures because they're all just high resolution versions of the PS2 version. So it's hard to say if that's what's going on or not with Darksiders 2 Definitive, which it would be a little weird if they are higher resolution on PC suddenly, because that would PC not have already been able to be capable of handling that previously?
Right. Well, see, the thing with ports like that is that I guess they have to they're building around their minimum specs, and I guess their minimum specs are like a couple years behind whatever the consoles are capable of. Like, that's not necessarily always a general rule, but that's what you'll start to notice. Like, if because this was a 7th gen game, if 7th gen consoles were only really capable or having so much RAM, or if you're in a PS3 case, you didn't really plan to have a dedicated GPU and shit like that.
Yeah.
Like, they have to assume that that's like the baseline for their PC, and it's sort of hard to justify for a port them going that above and beyond the call of what their console audience would need, just so things could look better. So, I mean, I imagine that Vanilla on PC could have shipped however good, if not better than Definitive looks, but at the same time, it's like, is that really a practical thing for a studio that eventually got canned anyway to do? I don't know.
Yeah, that is hard to say. I mean, THQ that eventually fell apart, and it's kind of weird when I booted up Vanilla.
Yeah, and seeing that logo, it's like
THQ rather than
just
Nordic
be like,
Games.
oh my, yeah, get a fucking 6th gen flashback. Like, oh my god, these guys used to be a thing.
And it's even more depressing that it's Nordic Games rather than Platinum Games. That's
it's like, and you want to know what's really fucking weird? Is like eventually that's going to be everybody.
Yeah.
Like not even just Platinum, but like one day, if they ever stop making Uncharted, Naughty Dog. Like if you go back to like play Jak and Daxter or some shit like that, being like, wow. Or I guess you could do that now technically, just be like, wow, they used to have like a fun brand.
They used to have video games at one point before it was interactive movies. Oh.
Before Ellen Page. Could you imagine Ellen Page in a Jak and Daxter game?
Oh, trying to get all political.
Don't miss... Daxter's just being a shitlord. Don't misgender me.
Don't misgender my Daxter, okay?
Daxter is the real other kid.
Yeah, so I guess the last thing I really have to say about Definitive Edition is, even though I haven't been able to fucking play it, the little bit that I have, I noticed that the atmosphere is fucking dead compared to what it originally was.
Really?
Yeah, because the original atmosphere, like the lighting, it's not so much the lighting so much as how they lit the actual environment. Yeah, like I'm not talking about light sources, but like for instance, there was thicker, more saturated blues and oranges in the original version, and they weren't eyesore killing, so it's not like anything terrible like that, but they created this more mystical sort of atmosphere for the world that Death had to wander around in, as opposed to now, in which all the lighting just sort of seems to be is like bland and efficient. Like it's really good at casting shadows and you know, working around Death's model with the environment, but it doesn't have that same like atmosphere.
Well, didn't it sort of have like this sort of faux cell shaded look almost? Like not cell shaded, but like stylized.
Well, yeah, because the artwork is done by Joe Mad.
Oh, okay.
I can't remember his full last name. I think it's like Maduello or something like that. But yeah, you know, the guy who everyone says looks like he copied Warcraft 3's artwork, which is not the fucking case, because he's been drawing like that since the fucking 90s. I have the PSM covers to prove it. And other people have fucking X-Men comics to prove it as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's sort of like a painted look, sort of. Like everything sort of has this like what's the best way I could put it?
Like sort of hand drawn almost.
Quasi. It's just like because the reason why I go with quasi there is because it's not cel shaded like at all, but at the same time you could tell that they put certain details into the textures that made things look more like almost look as if a hand had, you know.
Well, because like I know like for whatever reason I likened it to Borderlands at some point. Because, you know, Borderlands does have those hand drawn textures and shit.
But and Borderlands also cel shades at the same time too. So like it does both. Yeah, this would be like that, but without that, but also with better artwork, because Darksiders 2 looks way better. Even vanilla looks way better than Borderlands 2. Darksiders 1 looks better than both of them too.
Yeah, Darksiders 1 didn't look bad. I like Darksiders.
The only thing I didn't like about Darksiders 1 really was just the atmosphere, because I'm not into the whole modern post-apocalyptic atmosphere. It's not my thing.
Yeah, and that, like, you could tell it was sort of dated too. I don't know, shit like that sort of like sticks. Whenever you could tell like it was definitely like modernized for the year in which it was made.
Yeah.
Like you could tell like what cars, you know, all like the streets and, you know, the infrastructure they used for their references and shit like that.
Yeah.
Like you could tell
the broken buildings, lots of repeated like rebar textures popping out of the sides and stuff like that.
Well, they definitely had a lot of popping, but you know.
Oh yeah. All right, so that's what I've been playing. I'm pretty much
I haven't really been playing much of anything myself. I'm trying to think of what have I been doing. I've been playing a little bit more Woolly World, just a little bit, not a whole lot, just about, you know, 15-20 minutes worth. I thought about playing Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze for like a minute, and like I actually have the game's box just sitting on my desk. And I'm just waiting to play it, but I haven't yet, so... I mean, the thing is that, like, my work schedule has been really sucky 5 Dara.
Oh, yeah.
This whole past week, to where, like, I was just coming in at really inopportune times, like, to where it just basically cut my whole day in half.
Yeah, plus they were calling you in as well, I recall that.
Yeah, I got called in, too, so, like, I haven't really had a whole lot of time to really delve in and just sort of sit down and play anything for a while, and that's also really affected the editing, but yeah.
Yeah.
So, what have I been playing? I guess a little bit more Devil May Cry 4. A little bit. I played some Resident Evil, like,
Yeah.
I played a little bit of Remake today for, just getting some footage for a channel update that I'm working on right now. And I cannot fucking stand playing that game, dude. Like, at all. Like, I don't get it.
I'm just gonna say this. Like, I've said this numerous times to you, and I'm gonna say it again. The way you play it is so correct for a first-time playthrough. That whole getting lost and getting your shit kicked in thing, like, that's like the essence of playing an RE game for the first time. Because honestly, after you're done that first playthrough, it becomes like excessively easy.
Yeah.
You know, but But that first playthrough, man, you know, that whole, like, what the fuck am I supposed to do with this thing? Oh, I gotta turn it around and look at it. Holy shit, there's a zombie there. Like, I love that.
Yeah.
I love that oh, God.
So, yeah, that's been a pretty unfun experience. Like, I can't handle that game in anything more than, like, fucking 20-minute chunks, I guess.
Yeah.
It's because I start a completely new file every time just because I know I'm not going to remember what the fuck I was doing.
Mm.
Because I still, like, barely know my way around the first 2 levels of the mansion.
Oh,
so, yeah. And, like... like, some shit that shouldn't get me still gets me. Like, I was coming out of the door, I think, onto the second floor of the room where you get the kerosene the first time.
Yeah.
And, like, there's a zombie standing there, so you just open up the door, and, like, right behind Jill, there's just this dude. He's just chilling.
Secure yourself.
And, like, that caught me off guard a little bit, and it's just... Because, I wasn't playing on, mountain climbing, I played it on, normal.
Yeah.
So, enemies are, you know, remixed, and that's something that I really like. Like, that's cool, but, like... It sort of fucks with me, because I was coming out, like, expecting several different, you know, locations for enemies and shit.
Yeah.
Because I'd only played it on mountain climbing up until that point. So when I get there and some enemies, like the area to the Elder Crimson Head, where you get the Book of Curses.
Oh, yeah.
There were no zombies there, but, like, I thought that there was, like, still maybe, like, one waiting around. So I was, like, being super careful, but I didn't want to be too careful, because if I waited too long, then I might have gotten trapped on the staircase. It's just not a fun time. Not a fun time at Spencer Mansion. Not at all.
No, he didn't set it up to be a pleasant ride.
Yeah, so... I mean, like, I get it. Like, I understand fully why people love Resident Evil or horror games in general. I fucking hate them.
You know, it's funny, because, like, I don't even like horror games, but, like...
Like, I hate them, dude.
Yeah.
I can't stand playing them. I can't stand watching them.
There's just something that appeals to me about the older Resident Evils and the older Silent Hill games.
Well, no, because, like, they're really well designed,
yeah.
and I can appreciate them on that front, but it's just... Get them the fuck away from me. Like,
so much spook.
I don't want to play, and, like, I still have yet to encounter the giant spiders. Like, I've never gotten far enough in any of my playthroughs. Like, oh, and in remake too, HD remake. Like, they gotta be...
When you get in the sewers, ooh.
Oh, when they do it for Resident Evil 2, oh, fuck that.
It's gonna be so splendid. I really hope they keep, like, that neon atmosphere that was going on in RE2. They bring that back. Because if you notice, like, there was a lot of neons in that game.
Well, see, the thing is like, for Capcom at least, they really seem to, like, be giving a fuck about who they're bringing on.
Yeah.
You know, or like, they seem to think that, you know, like, they actually care about it as, like, a passion project almost.
Or at least the director. At least we know the game's director is fucking super hype about that.
Yeah. And, you know, that's probably enough to ensure that, you know, whatever aesthetic decisions they make for Resident Evil 2 Remake will be heavily informed by how things were done in the first, but... God, what else have I been playing? Let me fucking look at my Steam list, because I don't know, to be honest with you. Because I haven't had a whole lot of time to really sit down and just hang out.
Yeah.
So it's sort of been, you know, just sort of hanging. Like, I played a little bit of Dark Souls, just a little bit, not a whole lot. I did a rerun of I reinstalled MGR on my machine, on my new Windows 10 rig, or not new at this point. It's been here for a little while, but yeah, the Windows 10 rig that has MGR on it. So I did a rerun of Sam and Raiden. It wasn't that bad. I got a 10 something for Sam and like a 106 for Raiden, so
out of practice.
Yeah, like it's pretty bad, but it wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be, so no, it went well. But outside of that, nothing really. Like, even now, like, as I'm playing Devil May Cry, like, this is probably the first time I've really sat down and played this game in a hot minute. So, hopefully I'll get a chance to sit down and play some Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze in a bit after I finish these videos.
Yeah.
but that's sort of the plan right now, and that's really all that I've been doing. What about? Man. So yeah, that's really it. Let's talk about the album of the week. Finally, we're moving topics. So the album of the week this week is actually something really cool for me, at least, is Nevermore. This is the Persona 4 remix album.
Yes.
So the original Persona 4 soundtrack, I don't know if anybody knows, is like super legendary. Like Shoji Meguro is like one of my favorite composers for games of all time.
Yeah, it's pretty fucking amazing.
This is
in fact,
easily,
I used a couple other tracks in a couple of my videos. I highly recommend you check it out.
And same. I'm doing that now for the channel update. And this is something that I think is actually really cool, because you hear a lot about remix albums, like, of old stuff, but you don't really hear about that too much for games per se. And like, if you do, it's usually a fan project, like Echo for which is like a remix album for NieR.
Or Square just trying to rebrand themselves yet again.
Yeah, we don't talk about that though. Hey, do you know where I could get the, it's total side, do you know where I could get the chiptune, like, original Final Fantasy, like Final Fantasy 1 soundtrack? Because I fucking hate the orchestral one.
Oh, you mean like the nothing but pure piano covers?
No, not the piano track. I'm talking about the 8-bit. The chiptune.
Right. But like, when you're talking about orchestral, I was just thinking of that.
No. Like, for whatever reason, when I looked up Final Fantasy soundtrack on iTunes and Amazon, it just kept returning this fucking this, orchestra. Like, it was like a full symphony, like, with a conductor and everything. It was a complete and total rearrangement, and I didn't like it as much as the original chiptune.
I don't know if they've ever actually officially released the chiptune versions, because Square has this fucking thing about them that I just hate, where they don't actually think that their own music made by their own composers is just good enough. They have to do this weird, like, fancify FNAR thing with everything. Like, they re-released several tracks from 7, 6, and yada. Actually, I sent these to you. The S Generation and the N Generation albums, which are fucking, like, piano covers of older tracks. And don't get me wrong, I love the sound of the piano. The composer who was working the pianist was fucking fantastic. Absolutely.
Right.
The problem is that shit bores me most of the time, and I want, like, the actual fucking songs, like, if I'm trying to, if I'm, like, listening to,
well, it's like, fuck, like, getting, like, shit that they license is a nightmare too. Because, and I know this is a problem with the vocalists that they get, but getting the English versions of the Kingdom Hearts 1 and 2 opening themes is a fucking, you have to game rip it. You have to physically rip the audio from the game in order to get it. It is so fucking stupid, because they're great songs, but there's just so much licensing issues there, and Square just cannot be asked.
No, it would be such a sin. Don't you understand?
Yeah, clearly. Like, releasing good shit is just apparently not possible for Square.
No, because they have to do the whole thing where they sprinkle nobleness over it. We are now, we are now 1500s nobles. Everything is pianos.
Milady. Unzips fedora. Yes, it pisses, and then shit like that pisses me off so bad.
Yeah. Because
and I'm working on a project right now of a video about soundtracks, and I do want to talk about that. Like, for some fucking reason, some devs just hate the idea of releasing their shit.
Yeah.
For people to purchase, and it makes no fucking sense.
Oh man.
But yeah, so this is not one of those cases, thankfully. The Persona 4 original soundtrack was great, but this is much more of an actual album. So Nevermore Reincarnation is a 12-track album that just picks and chooses certain songs from the 2-disc original soundtrack of Persona 4.
which had many
And-
wonderful
Yes,
tracks.
so many good tracks, and then it just remixes them.
Yes.
And they cover a wide swath. Like, my favorite track on this album is track 9, Heaven, which is a smooth jazz remix of the track Heaven.
Yeah.
Which is for I forget her name, Nanako's world, and it's really good. I like, if you want to know whether or not you should pick up Reincarnation, I'm going to say that you should listen to Heaven, because it is a beautiful track. But even then, they have
I'll Face Myself.
yeah, they have obviously they have I'll Face Myself. They have Heartbeat, Heartbreak.
Mm-hmm.
They have Pursuing My True Self. They have a really good violin rendition of Smile,
Yeah.
which is so fucking upbeat, so happy. They have a really good remix of Nevermore, which is the ending track of Persona 4. So, and Persona 3 also has something similar. I forget what it's called.
Really? Does
I
it?
think it's, yes, it does have a faux remix album. Let's see if I can find it.
Yeah, I'm gonna check
It should be,
out.
but yeah, like, it's like, this is like the problem that we were describing before, where some companies just seem to hate their music. Atlas is the complete opposite. They fucking love their composers, and that's good, because music is actually a really big part of games. And the soundtrack for Persona 4 was really well made, and it still holds up.
Yeah.
And this remix album, just so good. I can't think of anything that I don't like on this album. Like, maybe Your Affection.
Mm-hmm.
Just because it's a little bit repetitive, a little bit, but even then, not even a big issue. Like,
Yeah,
there
well,
was
yeah.
nothing...
I'll Face Myself is pretty repetitive as well, but it's still fantastic.
Yeah, it's like there's nothing about this that's like an active turnoff for me.
Yeah.
So this album has just been great for me. I love a lot of tracks on it. I'm gonna recommend that you guys, and of course you can check out a couple of tracks. Like, just look up the Nevermore Reincarnation version of the song to see if it exists. And yeah, so the tracks are Pursuing My True Self, Heartbeat, Heartbreak, Like a Dream Come True, I'll Face Myself, Reach Out to the Truth, Your Affection, Reverie, Smile, Heaven, Signs of Love, Specialist, and Nevermore. So look up any of those tracks for the Nevermore Reincarnation version. You'll find them, and they'll be great. Oh yeah, and the Persona 3 version is Burn My Dread.
Just
Is
burn
the
that
Burn My Dread Reincarnation Persona 3. That's the remix album.
So that actually was it, because I thought it was something that.
And the thing is that like the Shin Megami Tensei Persona soundtracks are held to such esteem that Persona 4's has been remixed twice.
Yeah.
Persona 4's original soundtrack has been remixed for Nevermore, and it's been remixed for Persona 4 Dancing All Night.
Which also is fucking hype as fuck.
Which is so good.
Oh, I love it.
Like, I want that game so bad.
Oh, man.
Just because it has the best version of Naoto.
Yeah.
And it has a fucking incredible soundtrack. Like, Shoji Meguro, I'm so happy that he's returning for Persona 5. And if this already exists, Mark, correct me, but I would really love to see a remix album for Catherine.
As far as I'm aware, that does not exist. Though I can say this, quasi-unrelated, quasi-related. Going on about remix albums. There's a fan project that's completely free for anyone to download.
Yeah.
I'd recommend it to anyone. It's for Majora's Mask. It's called Theophany. Or Theophany, whatever. It was released years ago. I think it was like released back in like December of 2012 or 2013.
Right.
Really fucking good shit. Super dramatic, super dark. Very, very moody and atmospheric music. I'd recommend it. It's pretty amazing.
You want to fucking maybe set that up as your next week recommendation?
No, I got something else in mind.
Okay. All right. But that's still on the ballot. So, yeah like, this is... And I was sort of going back and forth on whether or not I wanted to recommend either this or Persona 4 Dancing All Night. But just because, really because of Heaven, the jazz remix of Heaven, I chose Reincarnate. Like, that's how good I think this fucking album is.
Yeah, it's pretty fucking fantastic.
So, and yeah, like, once again, it's not a soundtrack where you just get some little one-offs, like 1-minute songs. Like, this is an actual album. Like, this is a much more traditional album. So yeah, Persona 4, Nevermore Reincarnation, that is your album of the week. Did you like... So, did I send this to you, or did I send Dancing All Night to you?
You sent both to me, actually.
Okay, good. So what'd you think of it?
Personally, I enjoyed it. I didn't get to listen to much of it. I got to listen to the select tracks that I wanted to listen to. Specifically, what sticks out most for me, because I keep on saying it over and over again, is I'll Face Myself.
Yeah. Like, that is
sticks out to me so well is because, like, I love how in the beginning it just sort of brings in that beat, that extra beat, like, just right away. It's like it brings you sort of like the drop immediately.
Yeah,
and I'm
so
like,
hype.
oh, thank you, this is sick.
So good.
And unlike those Final Fantasy remixes, which are all piano covers, strictly that, this mixes numerous instruments and actually brings you fucking hype shit.
Yeah.
It made me super happy. It was good feeling, and it's like, it sounds like a mixture of both instrumental and like...
Yeah, there are some tracks that do have vocals, some only have the instrumentals, just like the, basically, if the original song had vocals, the remix does as well.
Yeah.
Like, Heaven was a track that had vocals, Face Myself and Nevermore all had vocals in their original game incarnation, so...
And it also sounds like a bit of a mix between... I mean, because it's pretty obvious, especially, again, in I'll Face Myself. Like, you can also hear some, like, synth, mixed in.
Oh, yeah, like they're totally cool with throwing in a little bit more of a heavily produced
it's very
sound
stylized.
Yeah.
It's sick,
and that's
I
like,
love it.
That's something that I really like about Shoji Meguro, and his tracks in particular, is that, like, he's totally cool to span a wide swath of genres and stylize, like, a lot of different musical styles. And he's not strictly, an elitist for one thing or another. Like, he's not all live instruments. He's not all, digital audio workstations. He's both. And that really comes through from, and how this was presented and built up. So, yeah.
There's a reason why he's a legend.
Oh, yeah. And Persona 5. Like,
it's going to be sick.
Everybody is so hyped for that game, just because it's a Persona game. I'm picking up the soundtrack as soon as I can.
Yeah.
Like, that was the real point of that announcement trailer for me, was seeing Shoji's name for the composer slot. Like, that is so legendary. Yeah.
Hey,
that's
I guess
so good.
Slightly related, someone that's not returning. Just bring it up for the sake of depression. I mean, like, before we were even recording this, before we set out to record this, I said I wasn't going to bring it up just because it's depressing, but I might as well say it anyhow. My boy Nobuo Uematsu will not be appearing for the Final Fantasy VII remake.
Nobuo Uematsu, what does he do? What has he done? What's under his belt?
All right, so he's done Lost Odyssey. He's done Final Fantasy. I believe he's been there ever since the first one. So like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. I believe he also helped to do a few tracks on 10. I believe.
Right.
He. Let's see. I think, if I recall, I think he might have actually done some help in composing certain tracks in 13. I might be wrong in that. But I mean, if he did, then it would have been his most boring work.
Didn't he do Blinded by Light? The main battle theme? The fucking crazy... Because when it comes to Square Enix soundtracks, they've taken a pretty serious lean toward a lot of string instruments.
Yeah.
Like, and that was, that sort of started with Blinded by Light in not Kingdom Hearts, but in Final Fantasy 13, and that sort of bled over into Kingdom Hearts a little bit for
He did do Blinded by Light.
Okay. And
which is funny because that's actually one of the best tracks in the entire.
Yeah, it's like Nobuo Uematsu is a fucking god. He really is. He knows exactly what he's doing.
Oh, I love.
He's incredibly capable, And, you know, for whatever reason, I don't know if this is something that Uematsu has decided to, you know, duck out on, which may or may not speak to the creative, you know, potential of Final Fantasy 15. I'm not making a statement with that, but like,
but it's so like possible. That's the thing.
Well, it's like, cause did it ever mention who made the call? Was it like, hey, you know, hey Nobo, we got some guy who's better than you, like suck our knob, or was it like Nobo being like, I'd rather not, guys, like, I've been doing this. Don't call it a comeback. I've been doing this shit for years.
It's so difficult to say because, okay, like first of all, when Nobuo Uematsu did the soundtrack to or he was one of the composers. He's one of many who worked on the Final Fantasy VII Advent Children album.
Mm-hmm. Was that completely original, or was that also a bit of a
it was all well. Okay, it was like quasi remixes. Again, coming back to the whole piano thing, they actually took a lot of previous tracks from Seven, and then did creepy piano stuff with it. Do 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 do, and it's just like, I get it. You're trying to sell that fucking okay, whatever. Actually, if you listen to the remake trailer, they play one of the Advent Children tracks, which is the one that I was just pantomiming with my tongue.
Okay.
I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan. Like, I love Nobuo Uematsu. The tracks that are composed in Advent Children are actually really good. There's nothing bad about them. I'm not a fan because they sort of like took the atmosphere of the original tracks. For some of them, not all of them are remixes, but some of them are. And they just sort of made them feel edgy, which makes sense because there's actually a lot of edginess in Advent Children. So
the Earth is giving kids cancer.
Yeah, when you come to the point that like literally the thing that everyone is made of is giving kids, specifically targeting only kids, cancer. Jesus Christ! Like, what is this? Like fucking Elfin Lied? Like
that's just pretty edge.
Yeah, I'm not a fan. So anyway, I guess the only reason why I'm really bringing this up is just because perhaps they never wanted to have him on there. Maybe because, I mean, you know, fucking, what's his name? Who's the guy that's directing it?
Tabata?
No, he's directing 15. The guy who directed Kingdom Hearts. We made fun of him like 1,000,001 times. He's an artist. He did the art for 7 and 8 and onward.
His name should be like right on my tongue. Hold on.
I know, because he's like that guy.
His name is super fucking Tetsuya Nomura.
That's it, Nomura. Yeah, Tetsuya Nomura.
Yeah. I can't believe I forgot that.
Nomura's directing this, which means he has like I don't even know. Maybe he's even producing it too. I'm not sure, but he basically has like some of the ultimate control over everything that's going on here.
Right. Which
means it would be his decision if he wanted to bring on Nobuo Uematsu or not. But it would also be Nobuo's choice whether to join or not. And perception of modern Final Fantasy hasn't really been that positive.
Yeah. Well, okay, like the thing is like Uematsu is sort of completely and totally, I don't want to say he's separate from what's sort of been endemic of you know, modern Final Fantasy.
Yeah.
But he's definitely never been like a serious shortcoming of the modern Final Fantasy games.
Oh no, not at all. I mean, like I'm looking at his credentials right now. Like he's even appeared in. He composed one song for Final Fantasy 12, "Kiss Me Goodbye." You know, like he still comes back and he mingles. Yeah, does stuff like that.
he you know, it's a bit more of a special treat though.
He did the main theme for Brawl.
Really?
I never knew that.
Huh.
Yeah, for Smash Bros. Brawl. Did the main theme.
But yeah, like, just shit like that. So, the guy has got mad chops. Like, incredible talent, a lot of experience. Like, Uematsu has been pretty much the sound of... I hesitate to say the sound of some of your favorite Square Enix games, but yeah, he's been the sound of your favorite Square Enix titles, basically.
I mean, a lot of you motherfuckers are enjoying Final Fantasy XIV right now. I guess he did the composition of that.
Yep.
You know? But yeah, fucking, like, Tactics Advance, he did the main theme for that. Like he's had his hand in everything.
Oh yeah,
Romancing Saga, which God knows that's been fucking like dead for a while, but it's trying to come back. Chrono Trigger, I know a lot of you motherfuckers love that game, so
yeah. But so Uematsu's been sort of axed in that regard, and that's a little sad. But
yeah.
But anyway, along with the album of the week, in light of a recent release, we also have a bit of a single of the week.
Ooh.
And this is something that I've been sort of uneasy about because it sort of lets, just a random person double dip for a recommendation. But, it's fine. Really, it's not really been an issue.
Right.
So, this week, or a couple days ago, actually, a new Transistor track was actually released. And it's by Darren Korb and Ashley Barrett. It's called She Shines. And it is so fucking amazing. Like, the thing is that, Transistor soundtrack is already incredible. It's already, like, one of the... And, I'm not alone in that opinion either. Like, not just award-winning, but, like, a lot of people really appreciate how well-made, how appropriate, just how good the Transistor soundtrack is.
Well, it literally carries the story because it tells it. So it's so fucking sick. Oh, it's so good.
It is an incredible OST, and in light of the game's release on Apple TV, believe it or not, it actually got a new track. It's called She Shines, and I'm trying to think of where it fits in, like where you would put this track. Because, and I'm trying to think of, the only thing I could think of, it would be a reference to Sybil.
Alright.
One of the first bosses, who's, has a lot of has a lot of relations to Red. Because the thing is that pretty much the entirety of whenever Ashley Barrett is singing, as it's being sung from the perspective of Red.
Yeah.
And the only other female character that Red could be interacting with would be Sybil, to my knowledge at least.
Yeah.
Unless, there's some character, or unless she's singing about herself, I don't know, or if Darren Korb just had Ashley Barrett stick on because it's fucking Ashley Barrett. I don't know. I don't know the story there. So.
Yeah, it's difficult to say. Because I'm listening to it right now, actually.
Yeah. And it's just, I'm struggling to think of where it fits in, but there's a decent number of areas where you could put She Shines in relation to the rest of the story. It could be for an alternate ending scenario. It could be something to parallel Paper Boats. I don't know. And I don't know if Darren Korb is planning on releasing any additional instrumental tracks or any additional remixes. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
So, yeah, this was a nice treat to just happen upon. It really was, because I just woke up and I was looking at or Logan Cunningham just made a post on my a tweet. It showed up on my wall and it's like, oh shit, She Shines, and I check it out and I don't think it's available for purchase yet, because as soon as I heard it, I asked to see where I could buy it.
Yeah. And
Darren Korb replied is like, well, we're looking into it. So I don't know what complications there are. Like, presumably if it's being released on Apple TV, like, they probably have some plan for it.
Yeah.
But, so that's the current hope anyway.
iTunes exclusive. If you're gonna get it, you have to buy the whole album.
Duh.
Again.
And yeah, that might happen. See, that's the thing, like that.
Yeah.
That's a possibility. But yeah, so She Shines, go check it out. It was uploaded first to YouTube. So just type in Transistor She Shines. It is incredibly good in every respect. So
it's fucking awesome. Actually, the more I listen to it, the more I think it might actually be related to Sybil.
Yeah. So it's really good. And it fits in really well. So, and I wonder, and it does just sort of goes to show, like, that, Darren Korb and Ashley Barrett, like, that's not a fluke.
Yeah.
Like, they really are just that good. So, that's nice.
God tier pairings. I hope they have babies.
I hope so too. But anyway, speaking of God tier, let's talk about NieR Automata. Now, some of you may have been surprised that this wasn't in the emergency podcast for Sony's conference, Paris Games, because this was,
the info didn't even come out till the day after.
Yeah, like it was literally the next day where we got that info. But yeah, so NieR Automata.
All right, so like I've hardly been able to talk this entire podcast, namely just because I'm feeling burnt out. Like I'm very low energy, feeling sick, my throat's all fucked up and shit. But you know what? I'm just gonna say this. I got shit to say.
Yeah.
NieR Automata. Holy
oh
fuck.
My god, it looks so. And you know what's funny?
Oh.
All these games, right, coming out with like fucking hardly any gameplay in their trailers. Yeah. Platinum just lets you know what's up.
Oh god, they slam that dick right in your face. They make
really?
you grab the balls,
they
suck
really
the
do.
balls, and you don't bite them because you want them to love you. Because if they love you, they give you more good stuff. All right, so first let's just start off right off the bat with the best news possible. NieR Automata might not be PS4 exclusive for long.
There's a reason why we're pretty okay with it.
Oh yeah.
It goes beyond just, you know, the fucking, you know, the hating on the console, you know, it's an actual performance thing.
Yeah.
Because, you know, let's be totally, like, it is a Platinum game, yes.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, Platinum, these consoles with this fidelity, I do not trust it to maintain a constant 60.
Yeah, especially like
that's
here's the
me.
thing, like NieR Automata looks beautiful.
Looks so
like,
good.
Holy fuck! Like you know, we're talking textures, particle effects, everything.
Yeah, it looks great.
Amazing.
It looks incredible.
Yeah, so it's like, can that really maintain on a PS4? Again, not to fucking shit on the PS4, but like, I mean, you know, definitive edition doesn't even look this good, and it's struggling.
Yeah.
So.
And, you know, of course, it's just because Platinum's really good, but, like...
That's potential, yeah.
The thing about it is, though, that really stands out to me is just... The game looks... I'm not sure how many assets they've reused for Yorna, but, like, it doesn't even matter. Everything looks great. Yorha. Everything looks great.
Yeah.
So, like, in terms of visuals, in terms of fighting, because, like, and it actually shows off, like, obviously it's just a little training room.
Yeah.
Like, just so they could spawn some enemies and get some footage, like, obviously it's very...
But they show off the fact that you can double jump, they show off the fact that you can actually hang in the air for a bit, even using the fucking robot. I'm hoping... See, like, here's the thing, like, yes, there's in fact, I even called this, like, when I saw certain screenshots... There was one particular attack that she was doing that looked just like Raiden's heavy into light ender, which is the one where he spins sideways. You know, like he spins sideways, but he's going vertical. So, you know, it's that sort of like, or it's actually more of like a diagonal. He spins diagonal, but going like vertical. Anyway, it looked like that, and I was like, is that what I think it is?
Yeah.
And then we see the video the next day where they finally released the gameplay, and that's what I'm seeing. And it's making me happy because I love MGR's combat, and it's going to be even better if there's going to be, like, you know, a one-button dodge rather than a two-button dodge and shit like that.
Please tell me, for the love of God, have a good control scheme.
Please. But also, one of the things that really it didn't really disappoint me, okay, I'll have to admit, because, like, MGR makes more sense for sticking you to the ground more often. But this being NieR, like, what the fuck, why not? Like, give me some more, like, give me enemy hop and shit like that.
Yeah.
Like, that would be sick. Because, I mean, you already got double jump. Like, if you're going so far as to have double jump, give me enemy hop.
Yeah.
That shit would be so good, especially on her. You see the way she fights, you see the way she fucking
so Yora's a very, very limber, very agile character, and that's really good for this type of game, because, you know, Platinum, you know...
I need to fucking mute my phone.
Yeah, that's fine.
There you go.
Like, say what you will about Platinum, and I sort of have in a recent Twitter spat, but I mean, like, I only, like, and for the record, I only said that their shit looked similar. I ain't never said that shit looked bad.
Yeah.
And the thing is that, like, this game looks really good. And Platinum knows how to make just the simple act of button mashing feel good. Because in some games like Devil May Cry, you know, DMC4, it can feel a little bit unwieldy to just keep mashing your Rebellion combo A or your Red Queen combo A or what have you. Because, you know, they're not really meant to be used that way. But one of the benefits of light attack, heavy attack setup, which is what Platinum basically just does forever with their fighting, or not their fighting games, but their beat 'em ups, is that they keep getting better at just, like, no matter what combination of buttons you press, even if you accidentally do a pause combo, it'll make it, you'll feel like you intended that shit.
Oh yeah.
And that's important. And I think that, you know, that's important to, you know, making your character feel, you know, nimble, making them feel reactive.
It's just an all-around, it's a stylish advantage.
Yeah, it's a very, and it's very accessible too.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Oh god, yeah, like fucking Platinum games compared to like the DMC series, so much more like casual friendly.
And that's perfectly fine.
Yeah, that's a good thing. It means you have a great place to start, so that way you can reach places higher, better.
Yeah.
You know, through learning. Oh, I like to learn. I like to learn my video games and shit.
And yeah, like that's what I'm seeing out of this game.
Yeah.
I'm seeing a lot of those Platinum fundamentals. Now, at the same time, with a Platinum game, you do have some issues. Enemies attacking off screen. You know, whether or not you're going to have a solid camera.
Yeah.
Because
the camera concerns me a little because it's very MGR-like.
Yeah. And, you know,
that's caused problems.
Yeah, be like, oh, the MGR camera's fine. It's really not. Like,
it's
you
not.
can see, like, you can see shit, but you have to really, you really do have to figgity fuck with it a little bit too much.
Yeah.
So, and you know, similar things could be said for a lot of different, you know, cameras, but Platinum's cameras outside of, like, Bayonetta, and I really hope that that's what this is. I hope that, okay, holy shit.
Ooh.
So super, I'll get into it after this, but, like, what I saw, like, totally fucking spooked me. The camera for Bayonetta is way more solid than any other Platinum camera.
Absolutely. Well, yeah, I mean, especially since you have the option to pull it back more, too.
Yeah. And I hope that that's what we're getting here, because Yora's fast.
Oh, yeah.
Yora's roll, and, like, oh my god, that sidestep dodge. Oh,
sidestep dodge, charge attacks.
She comes standard with table hopper, dude.
Yeah.
Like, that is so good. Like,
every model comes standard with table hopper.
With table hop, dude. Like, that is so godlike. And, like, the fact that she's a cyborg is going to be really cool for, like, you know, a build perspective. Like, I wonder what firmware updates you're going to be able to get.
Oh, yeah.
Like, you know, am I going to have to get DRM? You know, what's going on? Like, it's going to be so cool, man.
But there's so much potential with her, too. And, by the way, like, the Earth is abandoned right now because all the humans are on the moon and shit.
Yeah, like, oh my god, and this game looks so beautiful. The
destruction that we could potentially do. Yeah.
This game looks so beautiful.
It's so good looking.
Like, oh my god, like, if this game comes out and I get MGR and I get MGS 5.
If you get Venomed.
Crushed. Could you imagine if Yora was actually the medic the whole time?
Could you imagine the phantom pain you would truly feel?
Oh, I would be crushed.
About such a formula built for the perfect game, but it just kills you.
And it's Platinum too.
Yeah.
Like, that's like the thing about Platinum is that as far as their beat 'em ups, you can trust them to make good beat 'em ups.
Oh yeah. Like, so no matter system mechanics and everything, just
it's like, and it's like that's one of another benefits of them basically re-releasing the same fundamental mechanics over and over again, is that they've had a lot of time to refine that shit.
Yeah.
And that looks like what we're getting with Yora. But it's just, one thing that sort of worries me is I wonder how fucking fun the enemies are going to be.
Yeah, because all the enemies are going to be these, like, the alien robot things from apparently one of the endings of NieR, the original.
So does that canonize which ending?
I don't know, because I never played NieR. But I mean, I guess using this as a platform, you know, It's fair to mention that this is the same world as the first game, as the first NieR,
Right.
but it's a different time period. So they're not directly connected.
Yeah, isn't this one
What
like set
that
several
means, I don't know though.
Right.
Like, what does a Yoko Taro story look like when things aren't connected in the same world from a different time period? And like, how much of it is just him bullshitting until you find something else out? You know, I mean, that's always a potential. Because the dude wears a fucking moonhead mask. Like, how much is he really fucking with you? Will you ever know? But it's gonna have multiple protagonists. These are all notes, by the way, that I got from an interview.
Oh my god, just
watching.
so good. Like, and if they all play differently,
I hope they're all playable. That's the one thing that I'm really hoping for, because I don't know if he specifically mentioned that they're playable, but I'm hoping that they are.
And if they are, please make them unique.
Yeah, there needs to be like that.
The Sam.
I mean,
variant,
she's obviously going to be the Raiden style character, so there needs to be a Sam style character
who's just like the totally fucking like I want the fucking show off gynoid.
Yes, please. I need that.
So
I need
good.
the guy who's built to be a fucking pretentious cuck.
Oh, I
who's
would
just gonna
love
show the fuck
if,
off all the time.
If there was a fedora, hit for his taunt, just tip.
And it just really makes enemies mad. They're like, God, you're such an asshole.
It triggers them.
Yeah.
Mind your pronouns.
They spurt out with that
Lord.
red, and then you could slash them in half. So, going on more about specifically Yorha.
Yeah.
So I call it, well, you know, she's Yorha 2B.
Yeah.
I like to call her 2B or B or Bay. And 2B's gender is a secret.
Oh my god! Like,
So she's an android, but she also has a secret gender. My guess, Fuda.
I hope to God she has a huge cock.
Give her the biggest dick. Give her. Okay, so I was talking about this with Luke, with Mr. Clemps.
Yeah.
And he brought up a something that would just be godlike. So
Right.
when her batteries drain, she needs to have hardcore anal to recharge them.
That, I am on board. I am on board.
I want this to be the game with the hot coffee mod to recharge my character. Give it to me.
I am
All
so
right.
ready.
But yeah, so when she takes battle damage, her skirt starts to fall apart, and it lets off this like white leotard that she's wearing off beneath it all. And
It's
the
just
whole
a
reason
bulge.
why she is how she is because and this again coming back to Phantom Pains. Yoko Taro was not pretentious in why he said he liked the way things were or how things were in general.
Yeah.
He just said, I like girls.
Yeah.
I like girls. There you go. It's that simple. He likes hot, sexy stuff because he likes girls.
Yeah.
There's no you will be ashamed for the way you think and say. You can have your opinion, that's fine. You can have your opinion, and he's not going to try to make you feel bad for it. He's not. He's just going to be simple and truthful. I like girls.
But Mark, can't you see how that is encouraging fragile masculinity to continually exploit the female figure in my video?
I'm so fragile that if you were to drop me, I would shatter like glass. I don't care, though, because give me my sexploitive 3D android Fuda sexbot.
Oh, speaking of which, Girlfriends Forever, the DLC, we're totally going tangent topic here. So, Girlfriends Forever, have you seen this yet, Mark?
No, I haven't.
Okay, so I gotta link this to you. So anyway, the DLC pack, yes, there's DLC for porn now. The DLC pack for Girlfriends Forever
Right.
comes out tomorrow. And it's like a bunch of new scenes. It's gonna be super awesome. It's on Affect 3D, like, I don't know. Like, that's totally, like, you brought it up, so I'm just gonna let you know, like,
Girlfriends
that's a thing
Forever
that's
DLC.
1 and 2. Like, for whatever, it was only supposed to, like, ship one at a time, but I guess, you know dev cycles, right? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah. Oh, it's got 1 day, 5 hours, 27 minutes to go.
yeah, so that'll be out basically about 7 o'clock my time tomorrow.
Wow.
So I think, yeah, I'm checking out porn torrents. Like, that's yeah, mad torrents.
Sayako wants sex.
Anyway.
Oh, you're right. Back to
back to this thing we're here for.
I mean, we were talking about Fudas. I was enjoying some Fudas.
What were we talking about?
So another aspect of 2B that I am super fucking excited about the description, just simply description of is or meaning behind, I should say. There's nothing, again, no pretentious, you'll be ashamed of your words dress that she's wearing. The reason why she's dressed the way she is because Akihiko Yoshida requested that he be able to make a character that's easy to cosplay.
Oh, that's neat.
I love, like, first of all, like, I am absolutely obsessed with Akihiko Yoshida's artwork.
Yeah.
One of my all-time favorite artists, just in general, not even just for video games, just in general. I love this man's style.
Yeah.
You know, the first game I ever played with his shit in there was Final Fantasy Tactics. And to this day, it's still one of my favorite, you know, designs for characters such as Ramza, Delita, Miladu, fucking Mustadio and shit like that. Like, I love that. And he always carries that, like, that mystique with all of his art everywhere he goes. And his designs for armor and shit like that always look practical. They never look like super impractical. Although, I mean, I get, you know, if we're talking about humans here, if they were dressed like 2B, it would be pretty impractical, sure, yeah.
Yeah.
Though, he just wanted to be like, yeah, I finally want to have a character that's more like easily cosplayed. So how about it? Can I fucking, you know, can I fucking do that? And so they're like, sure, yeah. And so he wound up coming out with this fucking, like, god tier design with, like, fucking thigh-high socks and shit, and, like, the skirt.
Yeah,
and,
like
the chest window and stuff like that.
Really good work.
It really is. And the best thing about it, too, is her hair.
Yeah.
Because not only does she have the god tier bob cut, but also it kind of looks like Ramza Bulov's hair, which confirms that if Ramza was a chick, he'd be pretty hot.
Yeah.
He'd be pretty sexy.
No, I gotcha.
Yeah, so there's that. Also, there's going to be a lot of weapons in...
Oh, and back to gameplay.
Yeah.
Which, like, is really good because, like, Platinum, they have plenty of experience with large weapon lists.
Especially when you look at, like, Bayonetta 1 and 2 put together.
Yeah, definitely. Like, and that's what I'm sort of drawing from is that, like, they really do understand the importance for having multiple weapons or like just different ways of engaging in combat in general. So I really do absolutely think that they chose a really good developer for NieR 2.
Absolutely,
for NieR Automata.
I didn't play all of the original Drakengard. I only played, like, so much of it, like maybe about 3 hours, which is not that much. Now, one of the biggest advertisements one of the biggest selling points for the game, back when it was being advertised, way back when in ye old 2000s, was, holy fuck, so many weapons! Weapons everywhere! You're gonna get a lot of weapons! You're gonna be able to kill people with a lot of fucking weapons! Which is cool. That was actually one of the things that made me want to buy the game. And then I played the demo, and I was like, you know, and then I played it on a PCSX2 a couple years later, and I'm like, you know, I wasn't really having a lot of fun. Right. Although I was really liking the voice acting and the storytelling, so I should have stuck out for that. But yeah, apparently, so they're bringing back that aspect of a lot of fucking weapons, like a fucking lot of weapons. So now that it's Platinum doing this, this makes me supremely happy, because if there's one of the things that MGS2 or MGR, I'm sorry, one of the things that MGR definitely needed was more weapons.
Right.
Because that list was shitty, and the way they made you use the weapons where, you know, you always had your sword for your light, and anything that you used was always, you know, anything else was always in your heavy. I didn't like that. Yeah. Not a big fan. But with here, it's hard to tell. Maybe your light attacks are still going to be like the lighter sword, because I see that that katana everywhere.
Yeah, I don't know what their plans are for it. Like, and I really don't know what kind of button allocation we'd be talking here.
Hopefully, the moves for your heavy weapon are going to be highly expansive, like in Bayonetta. Like, I never felt
like hopefully they'll be their own unique weapons. Completely.
Yeah, that's what I'm hoping for. Like, I never felt that that using, say for instance, the chain chomp in Bayonetta 2, that never felt like I was hindering myself. Like, it felt like I had a whole new weapon on my body that had its own movesets and everything. So that's what I'm hoping for. I'm hoping that's what they go for with with this. Now, lastly, another point they brought up that I felt like it was worth noting was the pod companion that you have. He can do all these, the ranged attacks, rapid fire, and all that shit. Can also be used for map traversal. And this is important because, a lot of games out there, a lot of beat 'em ups that are really fucking fun that give you lots of certain, moves.
Yeah.
Have a tendency to not really let you use them
Might
to traverse
rhyme
the map.
with a bevel day die.
Yes.
Yeah, definitely.
Yes.
Yeah, so the pod, yours pod, which looks like the I forget what they're called, but basically the little guys from Phantasy Star Online 2.
Oh fuck the
Yeah, those.
Not familiars. Fuck. Shit.
Like it's so like I don't want to say like Chobits, but like
Wow,
like,
I forget.
You know what I'm talking about, though, right? Like
Yeah, they were also in
yeah.
the original Phantasy Star Online. Yeah.
Yeah, like the pods. I can't remember what they're fucking called.
So it looks like that, yeah.
And like they're fucking Adorabrew, like.
Oh yeah. Maybe. Oh, speaking of that, they're considering letting you customize the pod in.
Please.
NieR Automata.
Please do.
Yeah, they haven't settled down whether if they're going to or not, but that is a consideration for right now. So. Let's
Like,
bring it, because we don't have Phantasy Star Online 2 here in America. I mean, you have to fucking patch it to make it English.
Yeah, and even then, like, you have to fucking...
Oh, even then, it's still hell, yeah.
So, yeah, that's NieR Automata, which is a really weird name, but I like it.
Oh, yeah, I love it, because one of my favorite words for, androids and stuff like that is automaton, so...
Yeah.
Automata
also,
is perfectly fine.
They have a pretty interesting... They have the same composer for...
Yes, Keiichi Okabe.
Yeah, Keiichi Okabe is returning as the composer for NieR Automata, and that's really cool, because Keiichi did a really good job with...
Or as I like to say... Keiichi Okabe.
Okabe. Sans lingua franca.
All right.
Militaire sans frontier. Scenes. Troy Baker.
You're so Joel.
What a beast. What a beast,
Joel.
Troy. What a Joel. But yeah, so as it stands, I really like the way that NieR Automata is looking. I can't wait to see more of it. I hope to God that they I get to I would love a demo at some point.
Oh, please.
And please fucking bring it to more powerful machines. Like, don't just keep it on the PS. Like, if you can keep it at a smooth 60, whatever, go for it.
Yeah.
But if not, for whatever reason, fucking release it on more powerful rigs. Like, come on now.
Yeah, it's funny because, I will say that I want the PS4 to have more exclusives to actually have video games. Because, I'm not begging. I am not begging for Bloodborne to ever leave the PS4. Not that it ever will, because Sony funded it.
Yeah.
But, I'm so cool with them having it. Because I want that system to have video games. But when it comes to NieR Automata...
Fucking give NieR, the fucking PS4 exclusive treatment, but Sony... The thing is...
Advertise it.
Yeah, fucking... And if you're going to have it, fucking be proud of it.
Yeah. Yeah, they have not... This is now their third time that they've had a chance to put it on stage.
Yeah, don't Bloodborne it. Don't do what you do with, where you're just oh yeah, by the way, we have Bloodborne, I guess. It's a thing.
It happens all the time. Now that I think about it, going back to E3 in my head,
yeah.
They even, they did, the Bloodborne thing, just a little bit, oh yeah, it's a teaser trailer, and then Shuei comes out on stage, he's I really regret ever doubting this game. Please enjoy. And it's that's all I remember happening. And just come on, man, give them more credit than that.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, I mean that's one of my concerns is sales, because say what you will about the PS4 being the most popular system at this moment, because it certainly is, but Uh,
And like,
I mean,
sure, whatever. Like, that's fine. Like, who gives a shit if it's the most popular?
right.
But like, the thing is that it,
Shit, like NieR 1 was on the PS3 and the Xbox 360.
and
It
nobody
still
fucking
sold like
bought
shit.
that shit.
Yeah. Like, it has to be promoted. It has to be sold. And for the love of fucking God, this NieR 2 has to be 60 FPS. Like, there's no questioning that. And certainly it will be. I mean,
Yeah, because it's
Platinum
Platinum.
games.
Like,
Yeah.
like they, I don't think Platinum is the type of nigga to totally just make those kind of excuses.
Yeah, I mean, even when they made the shitty PS3 port of Bayonetta, like, Kamiya still admits that it's his most regretful project because he hates it, because he's not going to make an excuse. He's just going to say, like, yeah, we fucked up, like, we didn't know what the fuck we were doing with the cell processor, whoops, so I don't want that to be the case again. Don't want it to happen. I just super concerned about all that.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So,
Although, if it does end up coming out on multiple consoles and also on PC, then I'm going to be super happy.
mm-hmm. Absolutely. So, anyway, moving on to things that are actually not those last three topics.
Yeah.
Black Ops. Let's talk about Black Ops, blah. So
Bruh.
Call of Duty Black Ops 3 is actually doing something I'm really proud of them for. So for anybody, and this I'm bringing up the fucking old pro mod days. Anybody who remembers how Call of Duty was before Modern Warfare 2 on PC, you had all sorts of neat shit. You had, custom servers, you had pro mod, you have all this cool shit. And, ever since Modern Warfare 2, they took that shit away. They took away mod tools, they took away map, customization. They took away a lot of stuff, and they took away dedicated servers and made it peer-to-peer.
Yeah, I remember that.
Which was
I'm not even a fan of Call of Duty, but I remember that shit.
Fucking nightmare. Completely unreasonable, but they did do it. And now, in Call of Duty Black Ops 3, they are returning PC modding tools in 2016.
It's like they're working with a PC platform or something.
It's almost like they're like doing things. So they're going to have like a closed alpha target for this.
All right, so they're actually going to put it through a grinder.
Yeah, they're going to test their development tools, and it's going to come out, or the alpha starts in March of 2016.
All right, that's cool.
The problem is how like late that is in the Call of Duty life cycle.
Yeah, especially when you consider the fact maybe the reason why they're doing this is because it's going to be expansive beyond just this Call of Duty. Because I mean, you're all right, it's late.
Yeah.
When you consider that, it's like I think it's like every November there's a new Call of Duty. So maybe the reason why they're doing this is so that they can have a platform set in stone for when the next one comes out, and then just sort of like it bleeds into it rather than works against it.
Right. Absolutely.
Maybe that's what I'm hoping at least.
And it's just the return of, and the thing is that a Treyarch Call of Duty is something a little bit more different than what you would have gotten for a different dev. Like it would have been different if you got it from not Danger Close, but the guys that
Neversoft
did
to make them.
No. It's like Warhammer or something, or it's like it's some weird name, or you get it from
Infinity Ward one of them.
Yeah, so you get them from Infinity Ward, you get them from Treyarch, or you get them from a different dev. The Treyarch ones come out with the zombies, and that's what I care about at this point, because for me, Pro Mod is dead. It's never coming back. And I'm fine with that, I guess, to a certain extent. But the zombies maps have always been, super cool for, Call of Duty games, and that's, because they've always been the ones where they've let themselves go the most crazy with their art team, with their mechanics and shit, like what they're willing to let you use, because they don't have to really balance it much, so you actually get a lot of really neat ideas. And, you know, hopefully with these modding tools, they actually extend over into the zombies maps.
Yeah.
Because the thing is that zombies maps have become a little bit, you know, they've become very sparse in terms of quality to basically almost the entirety of forgetting Origins, the entirety of Black Ops 2, you could have just forgotten about. But, like, most of the ones for World at War and Black Ops 1 were pretty good. So, hopefully in Black Ops 3, I know they're re-releasing Diaries, because that's like the only map that they ever remember making, apparently, was the ones for World at War. Yeah. And the early 1920s one. I don't know what it's called off the top of my head, but it's
is that the one with the gangsters?
Yes.
Okay.
Hopefully that's good. Hopefully.
Yeah.
But if not, you know, I trust that the community will step up and come up with some neat mods, because that shit existed for World at War and that was mad fun. So that's, you know, this is a good thing for me to see in a Call of Duty that I have not seen since, once again, World at War. Yeah. And that was actually a long time ago. But, and this is something that I only knew about through a friend, was that apparently there are some issues going on with Black Ops 3. So
yeah, I think it's, hold on, you know, actually I have Steam open and I can go straight to the Call of Duty page right here.
Yeah.
It's the biggest advertisement right on the fucking, you know, featured store page. Now, I know there's crashing issues, but let's see, what else do we have going on here? There's that really famous one about the whole when I was 6 years old, meth head guy. Beta works better than the full release. I've been to funerals more fun than this.
But see, the thing is that my friend at university was telling me about this, because he actually gives a fuck.
Yeah.
He pre-ordered the game and the season pass.
Ugh.
So, and season passes are like fucking $40, which is goddamn ridiculous.
Yeah.
So he's dropping $100, and it's a 45 gigabyte download, Mark.
Jesus Christ.
45 gigs, and they didn't let him preload it. He pre-ordered they pre-ordered the fucking game for digital. They wouldn't let him preload it.
Oh, that's the best. That you know you're dealing with some grade A scum when they're like, you know, I really want the most top tier traffic on day one. I want no one to play this fucking shit.
Like, it is, like, that is a fuck up.
That's pretty fucked up.
I don't know why. And, you know, Konami did something similar with the Phantom Pain, where they didn't allow preloading, and that was shitty. But this is like this is just because it sets a precedent. Every time you see another dev engage in this shit, that's like, oh great, that's one more dev that's just completely and totally taking the piss.
I also want to do just say this, because we said this before on the podcast. And it's worth saying again. Like, I originally thought that the whole preloading thing wasn't really a big deal way back when, like, in August. That is until I heard a really good argument for why it should exist. And that is namely because here in America land, we don't really have to worry too much about data usage.
Yeah.
Like on a per minute cycle, we don't have to worry about that shit. However, in countries like Canada and such, they have to worry about limited data usage per month. And when you have too much traffic and a download becomes super slow because there's no preloading, you're using more time and more data to get that game into your computer. Mm-hmm. So essentially, it fucks over the customer doubly if they are living in Canada or wherever the fuck else. Australia, absolutely. I think they're another country that does that too. So it eats up their money and their time. That's not okay. That's not okay. Just so you know.
And that shit can get pretty intense too. So, you know. But yeah.
Oh, here's another review. I would love review this guy, but he keeps stut every minute. So
they're having a lot of
performance issues.
A lot of performance issues apparently. Which, at this point, for a Call of Duty game is sort of unacceptable.
It's pretty unacceptable because especially when you consider like the weird things that happen with Ghosts. Because I remember like Ghosts would play at 60 FPS, but when you look down your scope, your iron sight, suddenly it was 30 FPS.
Yes.
And it also had like no FOV and shit like that. So
yeah, like PC ports took a major downgrade for no fucking reason.
Yeah.
After a certain point, and it's not like. People would be touting this like, oh yeah, this is such a big bonus. No, this is just returning things to how they should be.
Yeah.
Like, that's what's for, like, this is just returning shit to the way it should have always been. Like, never a reason for it not to be this way.
Yep.
So, I mean, it's good to see, but it's still sort of bullshit the way that, it had to go.
Yeah.
So, yeah. But, indeed, Black Ops 3 is having a bit of issue with some console players, especially if you order it through GameStop.
Really?
Yes, because I had another friend who was also having issues seeing his order shipped. Orders it through GameStop, and he can't physically get his order. Like,
wow.
This was yesterday. The game is today, and he can't get it.
Now, is this a Black Ops 3 issue, or is that a GameStop issue?
As far as I know, this is a Black Ops issue.
Okay. Huh.
Because I don't know of too many other games that necessarily have these sort of issues.
Problems, yeah.
I could be wrong. But I don't think I am.
Activision, what are you doing? You're being goofy? You guys being goofy?
So that's sort of the problem right now as it stands.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's Black Ops 3 is apparently having some issues getting into people's hands, which is a big deal.
And then when it gets in your hands, it'll let you down.
Yeah, and then it's like, oh, it's stuttering.
It stutters to get in your hands.
So yeah, unfortunately we stacked this in such a way that I'm going to be talking for a little while longer.
That's fine. I'll let you do your thing, man.
Okay, so two very important things pertaining to League of Legends have happened since this cast last aired. One of those things has to do with esports, a very esports perspective. The other thing just has to do with, the game in general. So the first thing is that CLG, Counter Logic Gaming, one of the bigger North American teams, their top 80 carry, or their tournament 80 carry double lift, has left CLG.
That nigga threw the shirt in the trash.
Yes,
it was hilarious.
He threw his, like, in a promo vid announcing his departure. He's wearing his CLG jersey, goes to the TSM house, and fucking bins it.
I actually thought it was parody because of that.
Yeah, I thought it was like totally not serious. Turns out it was, though, and that's just like all the more impressive.
Yeah.
So good, and the reasoning given for this decision is pretty weird because the thing is that both pretty much any team out of North America has not really been doing too good per se. Let's just say that. But as far as, winning major tournaments, winning majors and shit like that, you notice some stuff. And as, basically, TSM, and CLG have basically been, fighting back and forth for domination over, what's it called? Has been fighting over domination for,
Championship?
well, no, over NA for years.
Oh, okay.
Because it's like, oh, who's going to be the champion of NA still? Is it going to be, is it going to be CLG? Is it going to be TSM? And the reasoning that Double Lift gave was that he was tired of only winning NA.
Mm-hmm.
He wanted to win more. He wants to basically go to Worlds and take Worlds. Basically, he wants to be the best in the world, which is super admirable.
Yeah.
And he thinks that, you know, TSM is the new TSM, because if anybody remembers last cast, where I was talking about how Diaries, Santorin, and Lustboy left, basically TSM has gone under a huge roster change.
It's so weird to think that things like this are actually happening in the world of video games.
Yeah, like, esports as a whole has just gotten pretty huge.
It's gotten pretty professional, like...
Yeah, like, this is a major, like, contract shift. In every sense of the word.
That's so crazy. Just the notion of playing video games with your friends, turning it into a team, then turning it into contracts, and, like, leaving and switching teams and stuff like that. It's so bizarre. It's still, like... It's still something that's so difficult for my mind to really chew. You know? I mean, like, I get it. I'm not against it. I'm not saying it's dumb. I'm not saying, you know, it's not right. But I'm just saying, like, just coming from the perspective...
it does take a little bit of a perspective shift. Yeah, absolutely.
It's so crazy.
But, you know, in this case, like... this is like a complete and total mindfuck. Because what's funny is that fucking Doublelift would talk mad shit about TSM for fucking weeks. For years. And just to see him out of nowhere be like, oh yeah, by the way, new TSM, like, I'm totally on board for that shit. Like, this really is just, like, a completely different team than how it used to be. And it's really nice to see.
Yeah.
So I'm really, you know, basically, I was a little bit worried after Dyrus left that I would stop caring about Worlds, but this just completely reversed my opinion on that. Like, I'm ready to give a fuck about Worlds again. So, I'm gonna be watching season... What are we on? 6 or 7 now? I'm gonna be watching the 2016 season very closely.
Yeah.
And speaking of the League of Legends 2016 season... So, Riot apparently gives a fuck, I guess, about shit now. Because for the longest time, one of the biggest problems that a lot of people had with League of Legends was at a client level. You know, fuck the actual game. It's just the client in which you play League or you get into a game of League is a clusterfuck.
Yeah.
But now, you know, on the alternative, you actually... You know, they're actually taking steps to improve that client. And that's what we're getting with the 2016 season update.
So is it solely for the client itself?
No,
or does this also include, like, gameplay changes?
Every season includes some form of gameplay change, and this season is also pretty huge for that as well. Mm-hmm. There are a lot of changes to a lot of your AD carries and shit like that, but really what they focused on, in at least this web page that they've made for it, it's almost entirely centered around the client. So it's a completely new client, completely new matchmaking, completely new, you know, friends experience, all that shit.
Oh,
so,
alright, that's pretty cool. So, like, what, just to sort of make it easier and more streamlined?
Make it better.
Alright.
Basically just a huge upgrade in everything, and I'm totally down with that.
Yeah.
So that's, you know, and this extends once again to, like, they're handling matchmaking differently. They're, you know, taking into account, like, they're doing their best to remove the douchebaggery from the pregame. I don't think it's possible, like, I don't think it's possible for them to remove, you know, the douchebaggery in-game.
Yeah,
or if
that's where it really counts.
Or if there's a way to diminish it, but, you know, removing, you know, champion select trolling and shit like that's pretty important. So, and they have taken steps to reduce that.
Yeah.
So, good on them. Good on them for that. I'm interested, but I don't think I'm going to get back into playing League. I think I'm just going to stick strictly spectator for a while, unless, you know, 2016 has some major changes, but... You know, from what I'm seeing now, it looks like it'll be better for teams, but for me, I'm just going to keep flying solo. Because really, I have nobody to play with anyway.
Right.
And I never solo queue in a MOBA, so that's just me. So, yeah, that's me done talking for a little bit. So, let's talk about Street Fighter V.
Street Fighter Five is it's going to be a really good video game. So
it's gonna
the
be huge.
post-launch DLC roster was leaked. Surprise. And done in the goofiest of way. So basically, when people were tearing through the files and data mining, they found an announcer voice. This this robo sounding chick, and she was saying all sorts of things, you know, going on talking about like announcing finals, announcing championships, announcing characters. That's the important part. So the important names that were obviously cropping up were. Let me read this in a let me read this in a different order. Okay, so first, the character that I don't give a shit about, Guile. Yeah. Second, another character I don't give a shit about, but I know a lot of people do, Ibuki. Now, next, the mysterious character, Fawn.
Yeah, I don't know who that... So basically, how this was revealed is through file extensions in the PC beta.
Yes.
And that actually gave us, like, a lot of file extensions for characters that begin with 3 letters. So, like, for instance...
And no one knew what Fawn was originally, because they thought at first it was, like, maybe, like, a tutorial thing.
Yeah, or that, like, Tut. Like... Like, there's a character extension for TUT.
Yeah.
So that could be either Tut, or it could be, like, Tutankhamun, like a new character, like an Egyptian like character.
Yeah.
There could be a lot of things that this is. But...
And apparently Fawn is going to be the boss character. Maybe. Like, that's the suspicion right now. That is, in fact, the boss character. Maybe.
Right.
Suspicion. So me using the word fact is kind of dumb, but there we go. That's what we have. We got Fawn, yo. Whoever the fuck that is. I don't know who that is. It's a mystery. But even better, we got Urian.
Yeah, we got some Third Strike characters in here.
We got some Illuminati going on. Even better, we got Jury.
Yeah, Jury's in there.
And best of all, I saved this for last because it's what I've been begging for as much as Karine, even though I call her Karen. Alex.
Yeah, Alex. So good.
Holy fuck. Alex.
Yeah.
Oh shit. Alex. My
Alex
nigga.
boys. Alex boys.
Finally.
Yes.
It's so nice to know that the last game he's going to appear in is not Capcom versus Tatsunoko.
Yeah, Tatsunoko versus Capcom. Yeah, like that's... I'm pretty okay
I'm not
with
even
that.
against that game because I never even fucking played it, but for fuck's sake, like, that's not where I wanted him to die off.
Right.
I'm so happy about this. So happy. So anyway, holy fuck, man.
Like, this is... I hope that all of these speculations are absolutely true.
Mm-hmm.
I hope that everything is super duper true. I hope we get Alex. I hope we get you. Like, I am very much so ready for Street Fighter V. Like,
I am very ready for it too, and I'm hoping that they keep with that prospect of changing characters' looks, because you know, one of the reasons why I don't even like Ibuki is because I think her hair is dumb.
Right.
It's all about the hair. You know?
Yeah.
It's too black. No,
Well, of
I just,
course.
like, I hate how it's got the strings coming out in the front and the strings coming out in the back. I think she looks dumb, but she looks fun to play.
Yeah.
So if they can, like, revamp her look, I'll be all about that Ibuki. Jury, she doesn't really need to change much. I think she looks fucking awesome, but I'll be totally cool with a redesign for her. Guile, the main reason why I hate him is because his hair is fucking dumb as fuck. It's
Right.
so lame. So do something about Guile's look, and maybe you know what? Maybe give Guile the sort of a look from Doctrine Dark, from Street Fighter EX Alpha Plus,
Right.
or EX Plus Alpha. That would be neat. Urian, he could stay naked. I don't fucking care.
Yeah.
Just let that dong hang out. He's got a good piece. He's proud of it. I'm proud of it. Alex, he doesn't really have to change, but I would like to see him change just for
Well, I mean, I think they'll probably include like his Street Fighter 3 skin.
Yeah. But I would also like to see like something to show where he's been between then and now.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like that'd be super cool. And then we got Fawn. I don't know what to say about that other than please look cool. That's what I'm hoping for. Please look cool. I really hope it doesn't end up being another Seth situation because Seth looks so fucking dumb.
It might be.
Hate Seth. I'll be so disappointed. But also, in regards to this, in regards to Street Fighter V, Street Fighter Alpha models for Ken and Ryu were found in the game.
Oh, and yeah, and they look so good.
I love them. I think they look great. Ken's face looks better on that model than any other model. And I love the hair, although the hair is still, like, it's a little
it's too dark, yeah.
No, it's just, like, the texture of it is, like, too thick. I kind of want them to, you know, maybe thin it out a bit or something, but either way, like the physics, I know the physics are not finished on it. I mean, that's really apparent because at one point his hair shoots through his neck, like coming through from the back to the front, and it just sort of like strangles and, you know, really weird polygons. But yeah, this is super cool. So if the two of them have their alpha models, and by the way, Alpha Ryu looks super fucking good. With the two of them having their alpha models, and me fucking hating Birdie's guts, I think it'd be really cool if they brought back Birdie's alpha model, because the only thing I hate more than Alpha 3 Birdie is Street Fighter 5 Birdie, because he looks fucking retarded. I can't think of anything else in regards to these characters specifically.
Like obviously I know all of them are going to be good. Like that's the thing, because like the caliber of Street Fighter 5 characters so far has been insane.
Oh, they really have. And they look so fun. That's what's so important. It looks so good.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's Street Fighter 5 in a nutshell. Essentially, those are the DLC characters. We got Juri, Guile, Yuri, and Alex, Fan, and Ibuki. I said Ubuki, but it's Ibuki. Yeah. These niggas gonna be DLC post-launch. Obviously, you're not gonna have to buy them. If you build up enough bison dollars, you'll be able to buy them. But moving on from that, we have Fallout 4 now. This is something you actually know a little bit more about, because I didn't read this.
So I follow a few people on Twitter, on the Twatter, and evidently some people have gotten their hands on Fallout 4 early. And, okay, background. I am not a Fallout fanboy. I'm not a Fallout hater. Full background. That's disclaimer. I'm not the biggest Fallout fan. I have New Vegas. I have 3. I like New Vegas, but I don't play it that much. I know you're a much bigger fan of New Vegas, and I know you're also a much bigger fan of New Vegas than over Fallout 3 for writing reasons.
Yeah. Yes.
So, Fallout 4. How to put this? It's like, you know that launch day feel?
Yeah.
Where it's like, wow, this super mutant is running through the floor.
Yeah.
And wow, this AI is fucking retarded.
Yeah.
And that launch day feel of, wow, my choices really don't matter that much.
Right.
So, and you know, not to shit unnecessarily, but everything that I've seen from these leaks, I'm seeing the works. Like, I'm seeing fucking retarded ass AI. Like, that's just completely oblivious. Like, I'm seeing, you know, like the dialogue wheels fucking up, or not. It's not like bugging out, but at the same time, it's like, like some of your choices apparently don't matter. Like, I've seen.
Oh, good.
I've seen a lot of the prologue sequence, and apparently, like, it doesn't matter what decisions you make.
Oh, good. Good.
So, and also, I've seen there have been invisible bodies of water.
You know, it's funny. In Fallout 3, in order to, you can actually manipulate the world by colliding with the geometry, and when you do this, you fall into invisible bodies of water, and then you float around without having to worry about oxygen. I wonder if that's what they're experiencing, but not on the same level. Like, rather than them actively looking for the bug, like how you would in a speed run, instead the bug is looking for them.
Well, see, the thing is that because I haven't been seeing this through like, still images. I've been seeing this through like recorded video off a camera.
Yeah.
Like fucking original DSP style shit right here.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So it looks pretty legit. And this guy in power armor, right? He's in a cave. And he's running up against a wall, like you say, and it has the sign, like, hey, would you like to drink water?
Good.
But there's no water there. And and then he goes around a corner into, like, a hallway in the cave, and he starts swimming. The problem? There's no fucking water, and he's getting radiation from the water.
Oh, beautiful.
So, like, I have no idea. And of course the game, I'm gonna say this right now, the game looks sort of fuck ugly.
Oh, it's trashy looking, yeah.
Like, and like, I'm not saying, like, from a fucking aesthetic standpoint, like they sort of went for a faux realistic thing, like Bethesda do. Characters look ugly as fuck. The world looks sort of blurry.
Mm-hmm. Looks like a Bethesda game.
Basically, and it looks Bethesda.
It's not a good look. Bethesda does not come with they do not have a pedigree of good look. They do not have a pedigree of good in-game art style. They really don't have much of a pedigree of much other than being overrated, I guess I would just say.
Ooh, mad fire.
Yeah, so these bugs, I would expect that. I would even expect them, not that I would accept them, but I would also expect them in Obsidian game, because I mean, Obsidian, Bethesda, Black Isle, I mean, these are all developers who make fantastic stories and sometimes even great gameplay, but they're all known for having many glitchy aspects. Oh, BioWare as well, and in Exile. That being said, though, see, where Bethesda loses me is that they don't really have the writing to back it up, so I have a tendency to just make fun of them a lot. Because their writing just kind of sucks. I mean, Morrowind was like the last game I could think of that had genuinely fantastic writing, and that was like 13 years ago. And then there was fucking Oblivion, which was a great RPG with shitty writing. So, and I can completely accept those games. I can completely accept a great RPG with mediocre writing because I love Dragon Age Origins. I do. I am a Dragon Age Origins fan. Terrible writing, fantastic gameplay, fantastic RPing in there as well. Fallout 4, though. Launch day experience is probably going to be a permanent experience.
Yeah, potentially, because I don't know. It's weird.
Yeah.
It's weird to look at this game because, like, hearing all this is it's too perfect almost to just have like Todd Howard come out and basically do the Todd Howard thing, and it works out exactly the way you expect. Yeah, it works out exactly the way you expect it to.
Yeah. Yeah, it's so hard to say. And it's funny because like we very often when we bring up these games, we also like to shit on Gamebryo, which is the engine that was used for Fallout 3 and also for New Vegas. Now, what's funny is that they don't actually use Gamebryo for Skyrim or this game as well. They use Creation Engine, the Creation Engine,
which looks the same.
It looks the same. It looks like it performs the same. And you know what's funny? Gamebryo at least has 2 different games on it that at least look and animate very well. Catherine and El Shaddai. And I'm pretty sure El Shaddai was a Gamebryo game. But I know positively that Catherine was. And Catherine is a gorgeous game. Animates very well. Persona 5 looks just like it, so I'm going to guess maybe Persona 5 is also a Gamebryo game. Maybe not. But that's my assumption for now. I am so confused as to how they keep getting away with these low-quality products. I don't get it. And what the fuck is Snorlax doing? Did he just fucking spam my soy soy soy?
Let me look. Swa, swa, swa.
Yeah, what the fuck? Oh, he just spammed a whole bunch of pictures on there. Headless blowjobs, horse pussy, snake
dolphin
cloaca,
vagina. I don't even know.
cloaca, rotten labia, flower pistol,
Pure
spider,
cancer.
epic, whatever. Okay, fucking.
God, I hate fucking.
Yeah. All right.
So anyway.
So
But yeah, so Fallout 4, like I don't know if I'm gonna buy it at this point because like first off, it's not really like a game for me. But even if it was, like I don't know how I feel about the fucking dialogue wheel still.
And I've heard from what I'm hearing. Okay, spoilers. Apparently, the story is now. Mind you, I said spoilers. Apparently, the story is it's got to do with. Can a robot really be considered a human if he has feelings and shit?
Wait. What? Are you going where I think you're going with this?
That's where it went, apparently.
Really? No way.
I mean, I'm
Hold
not
on.
surprised because, you know, it's the shitty Bethesda writing, but apparently...
Let me look this up. Hold on.
Yeah. I mean, you know, I'll take it back if that's not the story. Oh, shit, I'll take it back even more so if they actually have a good story, which I doubt they do, but...
Hold on, let me see. I'm just, don't worry about. So anyway, yeah, like go on. I guess I don't know.
It's like what else is there to say? I mean, it's so depressing just to think that, you know, there was an inkling that I had of hope for Fallout 4, especially because of the whole personal base building thing.
Yeah, like oh, that's cool as fuck.
Yeah, but I always had that, like, you know, that little voice in the back of my head, and like, it's Bethesda. I mean, you know what they do, right? Like, you've experienced it before, man. You know, I mean, sure, base building, that's my shit. That's my jam. I love that. And Dark Cloud 2, one of my all-time favorite games, mostly because of the town rebuilding in there.
Right.
I love aspects like that. And, I mean, they bring that here, and I'm thinking, okay, so they voiced all these lines. Maybe I can make my own name in there, and they'll say my name. They'll say my name. That's super cool.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's Bethesda. Like, it's just like, it's these like little cool things that's probably not really going to help make up for the rest of everything else that's extremely lackluster. And I mean, you know, it's a Fallout game. I personally do not think they have the best shooting gameplay.
Right.
You know, I mean, I love playing. I've dumped over 70 hours into New Vegas. I fucking love the game, but I'm also not going to be like, oh yeah, the shooting in there is great, because it's... I mean, I'm also the same guy who dumped over 100 hours, nearly 120 hours into Witcher 3. I love it to death, but I hate the combat. So, you know, shitty combat's not really going to stop me from playing a game. So, I mean, if they're not going to have that for them, and if all they're really going to have is a gimmick like... And by the way, I'm not using gimmick in a bad way. I'm just saying a gimmick like, you know, oh, whatever name you put in there, that's what's going to happen. And hey, base building, it's not really enough for me to just stick around. And it's not that I want to hate Bethesda. I don't even hate them.
Right.
Because I don't have any emotional investment in them in order to hate them to begin with. Maybe that's a problem, though. maybe I should have some sort of emotional investment with them, but they've not done anything to actually earn that from me, which kind of sucks. Oh, and then on top of that, there was also, you know, fucking... So everything they make is ugly. You were talking about the fucking backgrounds are ugly, the people are ugly. I mean, because, you know, that's Bethesda in a nutshell. They just make everything fucking look awful, because they have... I don't know what the hell they pay their art team, but they just... I don't know. Well, you know what, then again, I did hear that Todd Howard hired his own friends. So maybe that sort of makes sense.
Yeah.
But
also,
speaking of all this ugly...
Also, I know the ending.
Was I right?
Not necessarily.
Okay.
So I'm just gonna put this in chat.
Alright, let's see this shit. So since I was not right, I'm taking it back. Just an FYI.
Well,
Right. That was the other. Wow.
I don't now. Hold on. I don't know about what you said.
Right. Now.
But.
Oh man. That's. You know what? I'm not even gonna say it just because it's like, man, you guys already played that.
Yeah, the thing is, I don't know, man. I don't know, because I've been seeing this cropping up everywhere.
Yeah, it's deja vu. It's deja vu from Fallout 3. Ugh. Ugh.
So yeah,
Man, it's like Skyrim with grunts, and I love grunts.
grunts, boys.
Grunts are the best. So speaking of ugly, they also released a really ugly fucking looking controller too.
Yeah.
Shit
Oh
was
yeah.
hideous.
Talk about this. Fucking do my light work.
So, let me tell you this. There's one cool thing about the controller, and I'm gonna tell you what. It's not the aesthetics of it.
Wait, hold on. Is it an Elite?
No, it's not an Elite.
What the fuck?
I know, that's
What's
sad.
the point?
Yeah. If it was an Elite, that'd be cool, but it's not. Though what it has this function, this like little button near the right joystick, where you or left right thumbstick, I mean to say. There's a button where if you hold it down, it turns your D-pad into a it modulates it into the volume control for your headset.
Yeah.
Neat. That's super fucking cool. I like that. I love shit like that. You know, like, hey, I got my headset in. I want to fucking, talk on Xbox One. Because the people on there are super cool. But oh no, someone's too loud, or I'm too loud. Here, let me just, hit this button and then use my D-pad as a fucking, volume modifier. That's cool. I like that. That's where the cool ends. Because holy fuck, this thing is hideous. So, like, it's got this, like, this manila paper back. And on the face, they put, like a light denim blue.
Yeah.
Which is a bad combination of colors right off the get-go. That is ugly as sin. And then they have the Pep-Boy just chilling there on the handle.
Yeah.
And he's like, hey, look at me. I'm waving my hand. And it looks terrible. It looks fucking awful.
Yeah, it looks bad.
It looks like a toddler's toy. Like, those colors look like something you would see on a fucking rattle. I cannot... You know what? No, I can. I can imagine that someone at Bethesda was looking at that and said, yes, that is okay. We will ship that. Because they've done it before. They've been doing it forever. I might love Morrowind. I certainly do. But shit, that game's ugly. So I guess I'm not surprised. So that's my Bethesda ranting going on.
What? Wow. Okay.
So did you get hit with something fierce?
No, I've been looking. I'm. Wow. This is woo.
Is it
It's
good?
it's pretty nuclear.
Oh shit. Huh.
Wow.
It's why don't you share that with me?
Hold on. I'll just post this. I'll give you the link to the gaff.
Ah, okay, here we go.
So anyway, moving past this whole alligator fuckhouse of a game.
Yes.
Let's
What do
talk
we have coming
about
up next.
Konami.
Right, by the way, actually, I should have updated this.
Oh, is there an update to the story?
Yes. So what the story is, originally is Konami clears out 35 people from the LA division of Konami, which used to be called, before it was called Konami LA, it was prior called Koji Pro LA. It was Kojima Productions, the LA branch. Now, it was rumored after seeing this or after hearing this that it was getting closed down. The update is it is getting closed down. So 35 people lost their jobs. Konami is bringing that house down. And on top of that, I guess not strangely enough, just because they work the way that they do, they're also working on a new MGS title.
Oh. So,
Kojima's involvement has not been addressed, if he's going to be involved at all or not.
Really?
I kind of hope he's not. I kind of hope he gets to go off and finally do something fucking different for once.
That's tough. That's tough.
Yeah. I mean, at best, we can hope for like an MGR2. That's what's going to happen.
Right. I really don't know what to say to that. Like they're proceeding with development.
Yeah, and they already said this too. They said it a while ago. They said that.
I know, but like,
yeah, it's. Well, they also mentioned as well that they're holding auditions for a lead for the development of the title. They are open for applications for any company or any specific talent to basically say, yeah, I can lead the development of the next MGS title, certainly. It's... I don't know if I'm really... I would never be comfortable playing anything involving that. I mean, I really don't want to begin with because of how much they fucked over, the Phantom Pain. They gave me a Phantom Pain. So I don't know what to do. I mean, and like people are losing their jobs here. They're looking to hire new people. They're closing down entire foundations. Like, what exactly are they expecting?
I have no idea what goes through the head right now, because I guarantee it is not a good thought.
Yeah.
So
I don't know. It's so odd. Like Koji Pro is down. That's a whole fucking a section lost.
Anything like they were trying to say like, oh dude, like no, totally. Like, don't get me wrong, guys. Like, Kojima's just on break. He's just... He'll be back. Like, this is really putting a nail in that coffin. So
why are they always lying?
Yeah, I don't know, to be honest. I don't know what they thought they were going to gain by this, but... And I don't know how the hell you hold auditions for who will lead the next title.
Yeah, that's something I'm curious about. That's actually one I wanted to really extrapolate upon. Like, what do you do? Do you just get someone's resume and be like, cool, and then like hold an interview like, so the reason why I want to lead the next MGS title is because I feel like I can bring a bright new future to revitalize the MGS franchise. Like, is that how games work?
Yeah.
I'm like that confuses the fuck out of me. Is that why there's no new Mega Man?
Yeah,
Where they're turning down apps left and right? I just don't get it. I'm so confused. I don't... It's very difficult for me to wrap my head around this because, just the notion of holding an audition for game development. And like, what talent exactly are they looking for? Are they looking for people that can really bring a great new game? Or are they looking for people who can cost-effectively make a new MGS? And by cost-effectively, I'm not just talking about making it for cheap. I'm also talking about what ways can they fuck you over once it's released.
Yeah.
I mean, most people they already have their hearts set. Most people will not buy another MGS because Kojima is not involved. Like that's something that a bunch of people... Now, granted, I mean, people can go back on their words because a whole bunch of people said they were never going to buy another Call of Duty game after, what was it, Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2, I believe, because like, apparently that had some sort of shitty thing about it.
Right.
And then a bunch of people were like, I'm never going to fucking buy that game. And there was even a whole Steam group dedicated to it. And then you look in the Steam group and everyone's playing Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2, the game they said they were never going to buy.
Right. Oh, Mark, I have a question for you.
Yes.
Did you ever get that MLG edit done for Ian?
He sent the video?
He did.
Did he?
He just fuck, I completely forgot. All right,
Jesus.
so after this, I gotta get that done.
I can send you a source link. I mean, it's a video, but like you can download the video and it's got like green screens on it and shit.
Okay. Or do you want to do it? Are you able to?
Well, I mean, I can, but I'm also working on the
Well,
Bayonetta
okay,
thing at
are
the
you
same
able
time.
to get that done by tonight?
By tonight? I might be able to. I'm not sure. I don't know. Do you think you'd be able to? Because like, do you have anything to do after this? If not, I'll do it. I'll do it.
I mean, I'm working on, like, just like you, I'm working on videos, but I don't know.
All right. Because like, if that's all we're doing, then we can just fucking throw that up in the air later.
Yeah, so I don't yeah, I have a few ideas. We could definitely get some stuff done. But yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Anyway, so no rush, but yeah.
Oh,
So
man.
did I interrupt you in the middle of something?
I guess I'm basically just saying is that my head's exploding about this whole Konami.
Yeah, it's like they're coming back, and I don't know why.
I mean,
So-
they're coming back, you know.
Yeah, a little. Oh, definitely. So, most of CD Projekt Red, CDPR, seems to have moved on to the development of Cyberpunk 2077. And apparently Witcher 3, Blood and Wine, that expansion, is still under development.
Yeah, now the reason why I even put this on the dock is namely just because a lot of people have been wondering. In fact, even Hayden recently said, is personal responsibility still happening?
Yeah.
The answer is yes. Cyberpunk 2077, development on that started after Witcher 3 was released. So basically, a whole bunch of the team just moved on to that. People who are left working on The Witcher 3, you know, they finished up with the recent expansion, Heart of Stone, and they're still wrapping up with Blood and Wine. So that is still happening. Nothing that they had projected has been canceled.
Yeah.
So that's something to fucking hurrah about, especially Cyberpunk 2077. Like, I mean, that trailer from years ago was so good. I got me so hyped. And actually, the main reason why they even put that out, it was because they wanted to gauge response.
Yeah.
And they wanted to know that if there were enough fans of Cyberpunk 2077 to merit the game to begin with, and also they wanted to gauge if people trusted, specifically CDPR, to handle this.
Yes.
Namely because of writing. In fact, there's a whole interview with the guy who made the universe of Cyberpunk, in which he explains that he wanted to work with CDPR because of writing. He kept on putting a giant emphasis on writing, story, writing, atmosphere. And I think that's great. Like that, they clearly their priorities are in the right spot here, for something that is well known for having a great deal of lore.
Right.
Like, I think, like, Jesus Christ, like, maybe, I'm pretty positive, somewhere like 20, 30 years worth of lore now. So, they have a lot to draw from. They have a lot of expectations to meet. And apparently, it's really nice to know that CDPR are the people that, you know, or is the company that people are really having high hopes for. Right. Because I mean, they prove themselves over and over again with the Witcher series. You know, I mean, obviously not with gameplay, but with everything else. You know, they've definitely proven that they have a knack for telling a goddamn great story.
Right.
You know, even to the point where the creator of the original Witcher book series doesn't like them, but he never played them, but he doesn't like them because he knows he's not going to like them.
Yeah.
So that's the thing. But yeah, I don't know. I just think this is really cool. I guess the main reason why I'm super hyped about that, just the fact about that, is because it's CDPR. They have repeatedly spat in the face of fucking, like, pre-order DLC in general, making it fucking free. They spat in the face of fucking DRM. Like, these are the people that I want others to have that faith in, and it seems like a lot of people do. Makes me happy. They really earned, you know, their name, and that's
definitely.
super cool.
I would say so. Yes.
Yeah. Now, following that though, we got some Sega news.
Yes, Sega. So Sega profits apparently are back in the black.
Yep.
Even though their sales are down, all because they stopped this, and they also have stopped this this R&D spending.
Yeah, apparently it was so excessive to the point that last year they had superior sales. However, they were at a loss of 2.8 billion yen.
Yes.
This year, no R&D spending, which I'm going to guess is all on that fucking Sonic shit.
Right.
No R&D spending. 964 million yen in the profit. Awesome. That's fucking great. Like, I want to know what really... like, what institutes for that. And you know, I don't know. I don't know if they measured it from prior or post the Valkyria Chronicles PC port that happened last year, because that was great. But now we also have this Sonic Lost World port, which apparently is pretty decent.
Right.
I wonder if part of that R&D reduction was just sort of like, so can we do some fucking solid PC ports? I'm curious what's going on there. Because they still say that they want to win back fans. That's still a thing that they want to do. Priorities being straightened?
Yeah, hopefully, like, don't get me wrong, like, Sega hasn't been a part of my fucking, like, developers that I give a shit about list for years. And now, somewhat less so. So, I don't know. Like, I'm happy that they aren't dying completely. That they're actually doing okay. But in reality, it's like, I'm sort of ambivalent.
Yeah, for me, like, I mean, I'm of the mindset where if they announced a fucking Dreamcast 2, I would buy that immediately.
Oh, that'd be great.
God, like, I know it's never ever gonna happen, but like, if it ever did, holy shit, I cannot tell you how much of just spurred.
Yeah.
Now, it's because, and it's not even because like I'm a huge Sega fanboy. Like, Sega was not much of a part of my childhood. Like, I played the original Sonic games on my grandmother's Sega Genesis. That was actually my cousin Mike's, but it was at our grandmother's house so that we could both share it. And that was pretty much like the extent of me enjoying Sega back in the day. Oh, that and also playing Maximum Carnage. That was another thing as well. But after that, really, the only experience I remember having that was supremely positive from Sega was Dreamcast. The Dreamcast was fucking amazing, and I loved it. And it had, like, fucking, you know, you had your Jet Set radios, you had your fucking Dynamite Cop, you had all this other shit. It was amazing. And if they're working on these ports, and if they're also in the profit from fucking cutting R&D, and if their ports are fucking awesome, because apparently they are, aside from apparently some people getting crashes with Sonic Lost World, I want this to be the foundation that brings them back. It's sort of like a fanboy, like not a fanboy, it's sort of like a pipe dream that I'm working with right now.
Yeah.
Just anything to bring back that magic that Sega once possessed.
Right.
And just thrive from it. I mean, they own Atlas.
Yeah.
Which, that's a pretty big fucking deal. You know? Of all the companies I do not want to die and then bring down Atlas with, it's Sega. They got a lot on their shoulders right now. So, hey. I mean, here's to hoping that they keep on, you know, finding success in the future, because it's... I like this. I like hearing that, you know, they're fucking doing better, and I like hearing that they have a better mindset where they start giving more of a shit about the customer. You know, the shit that we've been begging for years, and they've just been ignoring, repeatedly ignoring. Feels pretty good. All right, good. So additionally, we have Koei Tecmo.
Yeah, Tecmo Koei. I keep fucking that up.
You know what? Let's just call them Toei.
Yeah. Toei Animation. Yeah. Studio Madhouse,
So,
yeah, I got you.
Apparently they're working on a very big Western IP.
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
Now, it's suspected that it's going to be Star Wars.
Yeah. The only thing is I have no idea what the fuck.
It's going to be Musou, you know that.
Yeah, probably. Like that's what they do a lot of, and that's fine, I guess. But
it's it's so hard for me to like decide if I'm excited about this or not because,
well, I mean, like
Hyrule Warriors is really fucking good.
Right.
Like it's better than the Dragon Quest Heroes game that came out recently. So,
well, Dragon Quest wasn't that game like super bad?
I don't know if it was super bad. All I remember was that like it looked like it was okay, but just nothing really special.
Yeah.
But like Hyrule Warriors was like slick as fuck. I mean, obviously not 60 FPS slick because it's Koei Tecmo, but still though, like it was a lot of fun.
Right.
So I don't know. I mean, if they're working on because they did say that they wanted to work on Star Wars. That was actually from a previous interview. Where they were being asked if you could work on any other like giant IP out there because you're doing all this crossover shit, what would you do?
Right.
And they're like Star Wars Musou. That's what we want.
Really?
So, yeah. That's exactly what they said. So like their words was Star Wars Musou. It was that simple too. It was 3 words: Star Wars Musou. So now they're working on very big Western IP. I can't really think of any other huge Western IPs that they would be working on other than, their... And this also begs the question, like, did EA not sign a contract where they would exclusively make Star Wars games for the next 10 years?
I mean...
Wasn't that a thing? Or was it 5 years or something like that?
I don't know what the exact timeline, but I think you're right.
Yeah. And if that's the case, what's happening here? I'm confused. I want to know. Please, someone tell me. Because okay, it's not even confirmed if it's Star Wars, but if it is EA working with them, or did Disney just be like, yeah, no, we're giving them a game to work with. You don't have to be involved, EA. You don't have to put your label on there.
Weird.
Yeah, it's kind of weird, and I'm hoping it's Star Wars because I mean. The reason why I say that is because imagine if it is, right?
Right.
And then, any company could make an awesome Star Wars game and we don't have to worry about giving money to EA.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
Oh, that'd be so good.
That'd be pretty cool.
That's what I'm hoping for. Oh, also they're not working on a new Ninja Gaiden game, but they're tossing ideas around, so... Ninja Gaiden is not dead in the rise. It is an IP that apparently a lot of people that are working at the company really want to make a new one of, but currently it's conflicting with schedules of everything else that they're making, Attack on Titan games and whatever this new shit is and all the other fucking Dynasty Warriors 9 or whatever.
Right.
So Ninja Gaiden's not dead.
Somehow.
Although after Ninja Gaiden 3, I don't know how excited I would be about that, but So you want to get on to topics about our history?
You want to reveal some power levels, Mark?
Jesus Christ. Because I don't have the voice for it tonight.
Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know if you've ever heard of a video game called World of Warcraft.
It's only had about 12 million subscribers at one point.
Yeah, it's pretty rare. It's really hard to find. A lot of people might
very
not have
niche
heard
title.
Yeah, very niche. A lot of people might not have heard of it even.
No.
So we really do have to be careful with who we talk about this. No, it's fucking World of Warcraft.
Yeah.
Like, even if you didn't play it, you probably knew somebody who did.
Even if you didn't play it, you probably did years ago on a free trial and you forgot.
Yeah. Because the old ass... the old ass leveling was not exactly good. But anyway, the entire point of putting this here is that World of Warcraft has lost another 100,000 subscribers. Which, that might not sound like a lot, but this is endemic of they're building on this. They have been losing people constantly for the past several years, and now they're down to 5.5 million Sucks.
This is also the biggest hemorrhage they've ever had, too.
Yeah.
Because, mind you, Warlords of Draenor brought them back up to like 10 million subs.
Which is
nearly 5 million gone.
Which is
one
huge.
XP.
Huge. And you know, like with Legion coming back out, or not coming back out, but with Legion coming out, like, I don't know what they're waiting on.
Also, it's fair to mention that
no
after
idea
they've
what's going
mentioned this,
Yeah.
they said that they're no longer going to be talking about how many subs they've gained or lost.
Yeah.
Like they said that it's still the most popular MMO out there, and that there's other metrics to decide how successful the game is.
Right. Which is just completely insane. Like,
yeah,
nobody gives a fuck anymore. Like, I know how harsh that sounds, but it's like nobody cares.
They did it to themselves.
They really did.
So, I mean, I could go on a very long tangent right now, but I'm not.
We need to save this for the special cast, but
yes.
Basically, what this is that WoW keeps losing shit.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like they're making things back, but for every it's like for every step forward that they take, they keep taking so many back after the flow of production stops.
I mean, there's a reason why they've been putting a greater emphasis on their store.
Yeah.
You know, like, obviously it would have been extra money regardless, but now it's at the point where it's desperate. Not desperate to the point of, like, it's going to make or break, but it's desperate to the point of, we used to see a lot more money, now we're not seeing that. So what are we going to do about it? And then, you know, with Warlords of Draenor, they started to really push that store. It's going to be in-game now. You can buy leveling potions and all this shit.
Yeah, which is just, like, it's...
For an MMO that you're paying for, that's not okay, in my opinion, but whatever.
Like, there's just, I don't... How far we've fallen. Because once upon a time, this shit would have been unheard of.
Yeah.
Like, WoW was unkillable, and it arguably kind of still is.
Mm-hmm.
So, like...
Shit, back in the day, there was people hoping to see
WoW die.
fail.
Yeah.
But it's been going on for so long now.
And there have been so many WoW...
cares?
Like, the WoW killer is just... WoW.
Yeah.
Which is really weird. So...
Yeah.
Oh, dude,
I guess that's what happens when you just keep on, like, doing everything that makes people lose interest.
Yeah, like, well,
especially apparently breaking promises too.
And this shit keeps happening.
Yeah,
and it doesn't show any signs of stopping.
Yeah, their last, what was it? It was from their last quarterly report when they were at 5.6 million, and now they're down to 5.5, which I guess is like a smaller decrease since then. It's a lighter hemorrhage because I think.
Yeah, arguably.
When they said 5.6 million, I think before then it was something like 7.5 million. So they like lost like 900,000 subs between those quarterly reports.
Yeah, which like, and that's only going to be a number that's going to keep increasing until Legion comes out. And if Legion doesn't bring those numbers back up huge, like,
and keep them, it has to keep people's attention.
Well, okay. See, the thing about that though is that WoW apparently they've been wanting to shift focus to just fucking shitting out expansions.
Yeah. Oh, and they've been saying that since fucking BC.
I know, but like if they actually do it and it still doesn't work, then I guess that's it.
Yeah.
You know, this is really the end of World of Warcraft.
Wow, when you really think about it, this truly was the World of Warcraft.
This really was the World of Warcraft. So,
man. God, you used to be such a wonderful game. I still dream about you.
Yeah, so that's just one part of this fucking World of Warcraft iceberg. So, as far as Legion goes, because we talked about Legion.
Yes.
Legion is apparently not going to be released until September of next year.
Now,
September.
For some perspective, I mean, again, revealing power levels here.
Yes.
So between Cataclysm no. Between BC into Wrath, we had Sunwell Plateau. Something to tide us over, a lot of really good large content. Between Wrath and Cataclysm, they gave us Ruby Sanctum, so that way Ruby Sanctum would hold us over, because, they didn't really want Icecrown Citadel to be the thing that we did for like fucking 10 months straight before, we got into there. So they gave us Ruby Sanctum, which wasn't really that good, but hey, it was new content. Fuck it, it's new content. That's what counts. Actually, what counts is if it's good, but
whatever. I don't even know, man. I don't know if it being good is necessarily going to be enough.
Yeah, because you know what, I will say, fucking Icecrown Citadel was a decent raid. It wasn't the best, but it was decent. Ruby Sanctum holding me over for that felt good enough, because in perspective, when you look at between Cataclysm to Mop, fucking kids. Between Cataclysm and Mop, yeah, they're fucking outside screaming their heads off. Anyway, there was nothing. There was Dragon Soul, and then there was just a fucking year of Dragon Soul.
Yeah.
That was not okay.
Right.
Dragon Soul, aside from being a shitty fucking raid, because it was bad.
Yeah.
Like, we were able to run Dragon Soul so much that I got 2 Girthalax for my warrior.
Right.
Girthalax was the 2-handed sword that would drop off of Deathwing. I got 2 of them, so I switched to Fury so I could use both, because I was an arms warrior at the time. That's how long that shit was running for. Now, I don't know what it was like between Mop into Warlords of Draenor, because I didn't like Mop. I didn't play most of it. I still don't like Mop. I have not played Warlords of Draenor at all, but apparently Hellfire Citadel, the final raid there, got released a while ago, like a couple months ago. This is going to be like a 15-month span of nothing but their dedicated raiders playing nothing but... And fuck, they're casuals too that do, the LFR, which is looking for raid, which is a pug group. A pug is a pickup group. God damn it, power levels. Anyway, so that's like 15 months of Hellfire Citadel all the way up until release. How is that even remotely acceptable?
It's really not. But I mean, it's like, the thing is that they're sort of at a standstill point, I feel, where they don't really have many alternatives, I don't think.
Yeah.
Reasonable alternatives, at least. For like, hey, this is, how we're going to be able to produce high-quality content. Because the thing is, they can't even throw money at the problem, because they had that opportunity.
Yeah.
And that gave us, I guess, arguably Cataclysm. Like, them throwing money at the problem netted us Wrath and Cataclysm. And everything after that has just been fucking soft.
Oh, yeah.
And it's never recovered. There's never been a reason to give a fuck after this point.
No.
And I don't think that's gonna, like, change between, then and now, but I don't know what you could conceivably do with, the World of Warcraft brand, I guess, as a whole, because everything now is just a fucking... Everything is so small in comparison to how it should be. Like, because, like, when Cataclysm came out, and when Wrath came out, when fucking the Burning Crusade came out, those were big deals. When fucking Pandaland came out, it wasn't the same. It wasn't the same feeling of scope. When Warlords came out, same deal. I forgot that Warlords was even a thing.
I keep on forgetting its name.
Yeah. Warlords of Draenor, I don't remember it. I barely, I don't remember fucking Mop.
Yeah.
And Legion, needs to bring the fire. It needs to bring the mixtape. Otherwise, fuck it. There's no point to keeping it around. And, like I said, if, this is sort of... Blizzard's potentially last chance. Because if they can wrangle people back in with Legion, and Legion can actually offer them a good enough reason to stay, then sure, WoW keeps going for a few more cycles of expansions. But And we can't keep having these fucking huge ass delays. That is not an option anymore.
No.
Like, we need to be getting into beta. Like, we need to be in beta tonight.
Yeah.
That's the real truth. Like, we need to have people beta testing this game right the fuck now, so it can get out as soon as possible. And I know that sounds unreasonable, and you know what? It is, but hey, that's kind of the fucking business model. Like, you are running a subscription-based service.
Yeah, when people are claiming boredom as their reason for just not returning.
Like, and that's a huge deal.
Yeah.
And it was bad for having ICC for a year. But this, no Legion until 2016. And Warlords is like, what, are we done with Warlords?
I don't even know.
Like, are we done? Like, hold on. Yes, we are done with Warlords of Draenor.
Yeah, I don't think there's any expansion.
We've been done. We've been done with Warlords of Draenor. Like, we've been on Hellfire Citadel. Like, it's done. We've been on 6.2 already. And now, like...
And that's so weird that it ends on 6.2.
Yeah, well, let's talk about
that's the weirdest thing.
No, the thing is that fucking... These expansions take forever to come out. Mm-hmm. Like we said, September 2016 is not an option for this expansion. Yeah. Legion needs to be out maybe April. Because, like, okay...
Good luck.
Well, no, like, and I say that because, like, this fucking expansion, fucking Warlords, like you said, ended 6.2.
Yeah.
That's 2 major content updates, and then we're done.
It seems so fucking weird. It just seems so fucking weird because, you know, first there was, like, just thinking back to BC, right?
Right.
You know, BC was like a 2-year expansion, which this is also like a 2-year expansion, again, which makes it even more unfathomable how they had so little prepared
right
going into this.
And it's like, you know, you like, the real thing is that if they were like having these super quick expansions, but the dev time was significantly reduced, then that's one thing. But what we're getting is nowhere near that. So I don't know what to say. I have no idea what to say when I hear that the numbers are dropping dramatically.
Yeah.
And that you're not seeing anything potentially up until September of next year. Like, that's just ridiculous.
And mind you...
And it's like... It's only going to get worse. That's the thing. Like, and it's only gotten worse. Like, we have never gotten better past, you know, after ICC for a year happened, have we ever really recovered?
But at least there was Ruby Sanctum.
Arguably, and I mean, we might get something similar, but I mean, really.
But that's the last time they seem to give much of a fuck. I mean, see, here's the thing, like, they, you know, something I've noticed ever since Cataclysm and Ford.
Right.
They seem to give more of a shit about front-loading the expansion with as much shit as possible. And then as the expansion goes out, it sort of just dithers and dies. There's nothing to really keep that magic alive.
Absolutely.
You know, like, Cataclysm, they added some new raid bosses here and there, and it was never really anything interesting. They changed the whole world map for Vanilla WoW.
Yeah.
Which wound up making questing worse.
And let's not fucking gloss over that. That's sort of major.
That's major, but the effect it had, in my opinion, was
yeah,
pretty
absolutely.
fucking shitty. Like, it made leveling way too linear. Like, okay, it's an MMO. You're out and about traveling, and you put us on fucking like guided lines. That's so awful, you know. And then on top of that, it was so fast. Leveling up was so fast that half the people that would reach 80 would not know what the fuck to do. They were, or not 80, I'm sorry, 85, when they would reach 85, they were just fucking numbskulls.
Right.
Like, they had no idea of like how to function as a tank healer or a DPS.
Right.
You know, because they didn't have to. They could do one of two options. They could quest solo, because you could just solo everything, or you can just queue in dungeons all day where it was so easy that you didn't really have to do anything. You didn't have to have a brain. So they sort of just like front loaded it. You know, Cataclysm specifically. Look at all this new content. You know, we changed the world, we changed this part of too, and then look, we added new extra, you know, areas to the world. It's so fucking crazy. Raids. And then it just sort of like, there was nothing to really pick it back up. I can't even, yeah, they added some new dungeons later on in the expansion. Like when Dragon Soul came out, there was like 3 new dungeons in the Cavern of Times.
Right.
Cavern of Time.
Yeah, Cavern of Time.
And then with MoP, the only thing they would add new, aside from new raids and like new like areas to do daily, so you know, more grinding areas. Oh, thank God.
Yeah.
The only thing they would add new is like new scenarios.
Right.
And scenarios are a 3-man group, tiny little things. They just like, you jump in, woo, do the stupid thing. Oh, I kicked over the barrel. It's something.
Yeah,
the
like
boss.
it's all these attempts to make things quicker.
Yeah.
But it's just they, like that gets
it's like
so
playing a
stale.
phone game.
Yeah, and it does. It gets so stale, and it's not sustainable.
No.
And I think that people are really getting tired of this. Like, I've unsubbed.
People have vocalized how much they hated that
yeah.
there was no new dungeons in MoP.
Yeah,
Like MoP
I've
released with new dungeons, but afterwards they did not make any new ones after that.
I've unsubbed from WoW after returning. I don't think I'm gonna come back for Legion.
Yeah.
I don't think I will. And even though like they're trying so hard to get people back in, like if you pre-order Legion, you get some shit, I guess. Like they have a digital deluxe edition, which like slobs my knob. Like you get a free, like if you pre-order it, you get a free level 100 tune. You just boost that shit up to 100, just like for it's like when you do that as a pre-order bonus, you are acknowledging that people do not give a fuck about no, seriously, like
no, it's true,
niggas don't
true.
care.
Yeah.
They don't care about your old content, but you're acknowledging it to the point where it's like, okay, we'll let you do it, but only if you give us extra money. It's like, really?
Or give us the money ahead of time so that way, you know.
Yeah, and it's like you wonder why. You wonder why you're losing people. But it's like, and I get it. Whenever you release an expansion, you're going to have more experience. You're going to have better tech. You're going to have just be able to make better content. So naturally, you're going to have a quality creep with your content. That's to be expected. But there's a difference between having quality creep and just having your old shit just be not fun to play. Old school Burning Crusade is balls. Even with the accelerated XP gain, it's balls to level.
Oh, but I love it.
Same thing with Wrath. Wrath leveling at the time was the peak pinnacle. It really was, and it's still the best zone in the game.
But you're meaning zone leveling.
Oh,
okay.
yeah, like
okay,
Northrend.
yeah.
Like, Northrend is the best. But it blows now in comparison to these new fucking quests. And it's like...
I mean, even that's
move
arguable, because, like...
Is
there
it
was
really?
something... Yeah, because, like... I've actually had this conversation quite often. Like, there was quality creep. There was new technology being added to the later, expansions to make questing more enjoyable and adding more variety to it. Jesus, my voice is going out tonight. But, like, for me, personally, with my own personal experience with this stuff, I've had a lot more fun leveling up in with vanilla content, with BC content, and with Wrath content. Because not only of the way the game played, but I also like how the quests were handled more.
Right.
With Wrath, probably the least of the three, because the phasing technology was so early in development that it fucked up a lot, and it wasn't really a smooth experience, especially in the Death Knight area.
Right.
But when it came to, you already know how I feel about Cataclysm leveling.
Oh, yeah.
Like when it came to that point onward, leveling to me just wasn't fun. Not only was it going by so quick that I didn't really have the chance to really, enjoy myself. Because that's sort of how I play MMOs. I play, when I'm leveling up, I'm doing it as an exercise of just relaxation. like music on, maybe on vent. Okay, no longer vent, but used to be vent with some buddies, and just enjoying my character, getting lost in the moment.
Right.
Being forced constantly to have to talk to other people in order to do like certain quests that would get you locked out from other things. Like, you got to do this one where you got to kill elites, because if you don't do it, you're fucked, and it would force you to socialize. Now, of course, that progressively got more fucked, especially in Wrath, where that got super fucked. But the thing is, though, with Cataclysm and all that, with the phasing and the way the quests are handled, they brought in the technology to make these new types of quests, but they don't have the game engine to make it fun.
Right.
That's my problem. Like, I feel like Wrath and Downward worked within their constraints very well, whereas with Cataclysm and 4, they're like, great, now you can kick this turtle across and do this thing with the turtle, and they add in all these brand new elements and stuff like that. That would be cool if there was like physics in the game, but there's not.
Right.
Like, it has no physics. It's just like, in general, like, moving around is very stiff. It's immediate and responsive, which is good. The problem is, though, is that there's no momentum. Again, no physics even. So
Right.
like, everything just feels so dated to play that when they add in all these extra mechanics on top of it, it doesn't feel good. And to me, it doesn't feel good. It just sort of feels like just like a really piss poor attempt at trying all these new things.
Right.
And that's sort of that, like, another thing that makes me think of is in Mop, there was a certain boss fight with a turtle that would summon out like other little tinier turtles.
Right.
And you had to DPS them down until they went back into their shell, and then you had to kick the shell. Then, of course, it's WoW. WoW doesn't have physics, so when you kick the shell, it's just sort of like this really, like this stiff, low budget animation of just you kicking the turtle shell, and then it does this like really terribly animated spin as it starts like going around the room and shit like that, and it's just like, yeah, I don't like it.
So yeah, and it's just like it's a really fucking weird way for. Actually, we keep saying this, but really at this point, it's not surprising. It just is. It's not surprising to see like WoW hemorrhaging support. It's not surprising to see Blizzard just failing to catch up.
Yeah.
It's really sad to see it go out like this, because I don't know, man. It's just because one day WoW is just gonna go down.
Well, it was a part of my early adulthood.
Yeah, it was a part of my.
I started playing it when I was 18.
Yeah, it was a part of my fucking childhood.
Yeah.
I was young
and
as
it was
fuck
it
when I
was a
started
quality video game for a very long time.
Yeah.
Even when I was complaining in Wrath of the Lich King, I was complaining a lot in Wrath. I was still coming back every day because I was enjoying myself.
Right.
And then with Cataclysm, I was taking massive breaks, like months at a time. Months. Like, I would come back way after new raids would be launched. So like Firelands comes out and I'm like, oh yeah, Firelands happened? Oh, okay. Like, I didn't give a fuck. I got brought in, I started riding people's coattails. My old guild would be like, yeah, come on, fucking, we'll get you all geared up and shit, it'll be sick. So I go and I do that, and
Yeah,
I'm not having fun.
Right. No, it's like I don't meh.
It's depressing. Like, it should not have been like that, but it is.
Right. Well,
I yeah, I know.
It's just it's so.
I mean, they admitted it themselves. Like, they never hid from the truth of their motivations. They've always been saying, we want a wider audience, we want to make things easier, more streamlined, we want to take away complications, we don't want people having choice. They've said these things.
Right.
Like, at least they're honest. Shit on Blizzard as much as I may, I will never deny how just fucking honest they are all the time.
Right.
Like, they've never really masked any of their motivations. So good on them for that, I guess. At least they gave us all a warning, so we knew. But hey,
let's talk.
Hey, you guys.
How do you feel about movies?
You remember that thing that was being spoken about for like the last 10 years? It's finally happening. I mean, you already know it's happening because that was already fucking spoken about. But guess what?
The WoW movie.
It's super happening now.
The World of Warcraft movie.
We got posters, we got trailers.
So, have you seen the trailers yet, Mark?
Yeah, I saw the trailer.
Yeah, so...
Not a good trailer.
No. Not a good movie. By the look of things. Because, I mean, you know, of course, the classic thing is like, well, you know, trailers aren't always necessarily representative of, you know, the final product, and, you know, for a number of reasons, but...
Yeah, it's who they're trying to market to and
that's
stuff.
Generally the exception scenario, not always the rule.
Mm.
And to see WoW in the to see the WoW trailer as it is now, it's sort of janky.
They start off with a fucking sin. CG characters, obviously CG characters. Like, not even trying to fool you. Like fucking this is straight out of a fucking Final Fantasy CG. CG characters next to live actors. No.
Yeah.
No. I'm sorry. No. It's bad.
Yeah.
It's so bad. It looks so bad. It looks like something out of a fucking, like, sci-fi original movie. It looks terrible. It's so bad. It looks so bad.
Yeah, it looks really jank. So,
like, okay, I'm okay with the 3D animation and models.
Yeah.
Only if everything is fully 3D.
Yeah.
Because they're so obviously fake. The world is so obviously fake. The characters are obviously CG. So obviously CG. Like, when you see it, when you're seeing the green screen, when you're seeing it, it's that much more distracting. So just turn all the human CG. Fuck it.
Yeah, just make it a fully animated movie, like.
Yeah. I mean, shit, everyone's been saying it. Blizzard, you're like the Pixar of the modern era. Why don't you just make a full CG movie? Why the fuck didn't you do that? Why? Explain yourselves. You fucked. You fucked up. You fucked up super hard.
Yeah, they definitely did with that. It's so fucking sad.
It looks so bad. Okay,
and it's like, and some of them you've been waiting, and like, I don't know anybody who honestly like expected this shit to be good.
They have the money. The technology.
I know. They have a lot of fucking... Like, they have a lot of people that they could call on to make this shit good.
Yeah. I'm a little upset by the fact that they mixed live action characters with 3D animation.
Yeah. Good times, Blizz. You guys really do know how to fuck shit up, don't you?
They love it.
Don't you know?
They love it.
They really do.
It could have either been full CG or it could have been full, like, practical effects with, like, people dressed up as orcs and shit like that. I would have been cool with that. I love practical effects. It's some of my favorite shit. But to mix the two, no.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
It's just that stuff. It's a
Yeah.
Like, if I was an Evangelion fan before the rebuilds had come out, and then I saw the rebuilds, I would be really, really mad because of the CG mixed in with the 2D animation.
Right.
And this, as a Warcraft fan, as a currently existing Warcraft fan, to see 3D Grom, or I'm sorry. Yeah, it's Grom, right? That was Grom.
Yeah.
Because I was thinking Garrosh for a second. Okay. To see 3D Grom chilling next to fucking, like, Lane, it's like, ew, what? Why? Like, real-ass Lane. Like, a Lane that you could fucking poke and touch his cheek. And then you see this fucking 3D model. It's like, help my people. It's like, fuck? What? What? Nigga, what? You serious?
so harsh.
It's so Star Wars. It's like Star Wars.
You know,
prequels.
oh my god, no! Like, did you notice the fucking Inception? Fuck.
Oh, you
like,
mean the typical
the
okay, yeah. So the trailer is super cut to be one of those mega pandery, like this is an epic movie kind of fucking trailers. I hate that shit. I hate it so much.
Changed, like, oh my god, like, come the fuck on, dude. And like, you want to know what's sad? They're gonna bring this shit out, and only the ultra nerds who played like Warcrafts 1 through 3, read the books, is even gonna know what the fuck is going on with the Red Orcs. Cause like, if you played this shit in Warlords of Draenor, you're gonna be like, where the fuck is Garrosh Hellscream? Where's Hellscream, my dude? Like, come on, man. I don't get it.
The fuck's a Jaina Proudmoore?
Oh, Thrall will never get sucked, dude. Thrall's
He'll
not even
never
going to
get
be in
sucked
this.
because he's so tiny.
He'll probably never even, like, never even fucking show up in this movie. I'm willing to bet.
Aside from maybe like the tiny baby version of him, I'm guessing.
Well, even then, it's like, why even have him there? Okay, obviously for like.
Oh, they have a fucking Moses moment with him. They put him in the river. He's in a basket and he goes down a river.
Oh my god, you're right. You're right.
Dude, Orc Moses. Orc Jesus Moses.
So bad.
It's not gonna... You know, when I heard that production was being put on so quickly and finishing up and wrapping so quickly, that's when I knew that they were cutting corners.
Right.
And then when you see the trailer... Like, don't get me wrong. If those 3D models and those 3D environments were isolated away from live actors,
right,
gorgeous. It would be completely gorgeous. I would be completely understanding. But when you put the two together, it creates
just shit gets
awful
fucked up.
Contrast.
Yeah.
It's so fucking bad. I'm really upset by this for multiple reasons. Like, I'm almost offended to, like, look at it just because, like, you actually expected this to look okay? Yeah. Like, when I say it looks like fucking Star Wars, like the prequels, it fucking does. It looks like Jar Jar sitting next to Anakin. It does not look real. It doesn't look like it's happening.
Right.
And
you know they know.
Yeah.
Like, that's the thing. You know they knew.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. Like, I'm gonna watch it. That's the thing. I'm gonna watch it when it comes out, and it might turn out exactly like I expect it to.
Or it might be great.
It could, but then that's just like, I fucking hate the person that cut this trailer.
Yeah. Well, no. Yeah, that's the thing. I fucking hate, like, a lot of trailers out there are fucking awful. Like, I'm super looking forward to the next Star Wars movie, and I've been using this as an example a lot. Because the latest trailer that came out for Star Wars Episode 7 is cut just like your typical theatrical, super epic, dark movie. Like, it does not, like, exemplify how much of a lighthearted tone that Star Wars will truly have. Like, it's pretty obvious that J.J. Abrams' Star Wars is not going to be fucking dark and edgy.
Right.
It's pretty obvious. But the trailer, the recent one that came out, tries to sell it as if it will be. Like, it's got the dark and brooding music. It uses a lot of dark shots. You know, it shows, I can't remember the guy's name, but it's showing, like, Kylo Ren, that's his name. It's showing Kylo Ren staring at Darth Vader's burnt mask.
Yeah.
I will complete
what you started.
It's like, like, I mean, that line's probably going to be great in context when I actually see the movie. But fuck me, man. That trailer, just the way they put it together, was awful.
Right.
Just dreadful. So...
This whole thing is going to be really janky.
It is. It's hard to deny that, because it's kind of weird. It's kind of weird.
Oh, no,
it
really is. It really is. And... who knows, man? Who knows? Like, that's all I can really say is, like, who the fuck knows?
I don't even know.
Yeah, it's like, who would even know, dude? It's like, But yeah, so Oh, this is like, oh, this is World of Warcraft meets Super Hollywood. Like, I know how you like shit on the new facial animations because they look Disney as shit. This is
Yeah.
this is Hollywood cross World of Warcraft, dude.
Yeah.
It looks jank as fuck. So.
And the only reason why I even shit on the Disney as fuck animations is because, to me, it fucks with what was happening in game. You know, until they, like in Warlords of Draenor, they fixed everyone to become all full fucking Disney. So whatever, right? I still don't like it, but whatever. That's because I was super into like the original Warcraft 3 style of animations. This though, no, you're right. You're right. This new one, this third fucking wave of Warcraft animations here going feminism. On here. Yeah, this is the third wave feminism of Warcraft animations. It's just like, it's Hollywood as fuck. Like, it barely has any character. Like, when I look at it, I'm not seeing Warcraft. You know, I'm seeing good looking models, don't get me wrong. There's a lot of detail in there. They look great for orcs. But I'm not seeing Warcraft orcs. Which just, again, brings me back to the point of why not just make this a stylized 3D movie? Why not? What's the harm in that?
That I can't really. I don't know. At this point, I like, because like obviously this was a decision made by so many different parties.
Yeah.
Like, and it was a decision that was made constantly, to where I'm just gonna have to trust that they knew what they were doing, even though it's pretty obvious that they didn't. So. Yeah. So speaking of, movies. Talk to me about Witcher. The Witcher, the movie, the game.
The movie. The book.
The book.
So, Witcher is now going to be turned into a series of films.
So it is a series.
Yes, it's going to be more than one. It's going to be a series of films. The production company behind it is the same production company that was behind The Mummy.
Okay. Oh, wait, what?
So, I mean, it's difficult to say who made the worst decisions in some of the later Mummy movies, but it usually comes down to the producer because they have the utmost control over everything. So it's a little worrisome that they are the producers for the upcoming Witcher films, but maybe, just maybe, they're super huge Witcher fans, and in doing so, we will get a very Witcher experience, I suppose, a very Witcher Christmas. They're based on the novels, not the games. So what that means is that this is before Geralt dies at the end of the last novel. If you're unaware, Geralt's like close to 100 in the books. He's like in his 90s or his 80s or something like that.
Right.
He gets stabbed with a pitchfork and he dies.
Oh, spoilerinos.
Would be, but they mentioned that already in the game several times. So that means that we're going to be seeing, most likely, a very Yennefer and Geralt experience with a lot of Ciri. So we're going to be getting all the characters. We're going to be getting... Okay, I'm making assumptions here.
Right.
You know, we're going to be getting, hopefully, like Zoltan and Dandelion and Shani and all these motherfuckers.
Right.
Maybe even Dijkstra. That'd be pretty fucking cool.
Mm.
Maybe even Dudu. That'd be pretty fucking cool.
Uh-huh.
But again, this you know, it's taking an IP and turning it into a movie.
Yeah, like we already had one pretty successful cross media, you know, thing.
I mean, I love the Lord of the Rings films.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like, but like even beyond that, like it already made a pretty successful transition from books to games.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't really know how it'll go from you know, books to movies. So or at least in a way that people would expect it to, is, you know, and like if they played the book, if they played the game but they haven't read the book. So
yeah, and the books are typically collections of short stories too. So that's another thing to take into consideration here, because they want to make it a series of films. Does that mean that they're trying to make 3 separate films based on 3 separate short stories that don't really have any continuity? Just sort of like, oh yeah, there's this one time when Geralt was going down, and then, you know, Ciri fucking scraped her knee on a rock. Or are they going to be taking one story and expanding it across 3 films? Or are they basing it on the book before the games, but making their own story up altogether to make a series of films that are all going to be connected in unison? And I guess probably the best option in my head would be to just make 3 unrelated, or not even 3, whatever, a fucking series, because they said it's going to be a series of films. Make a series of films that are all unrelated, all based on separate short stories. I think that'd be pretty cool. But I mean, who's to say? This is the production company behind The Mummy.
God, I hope they get Geralt played by Brendan Fraser. Oh, that'd be beautiful.
I'm gonna kill myself right now. The best Geralt that I can think of 2 people who would make a really good Geralt.
Yeah, Nolan North.
Kevin, you kill me sometimes.
I know I do, buddy. I know I do.
So 2 people I could think of would make a really good Geralt is one is Viggo Mortensen, who played as Aragorn.
Oh my god, yes.
Yeah, he played as Aragorn, and he was a really fucking good Aragorn. And picturing him in like a white wig and shit, or just dyed hair, whatever.
Isn't he already old as fuck?
He might be. I don't know.
He might be.
He's awesome. I love that guy. So either Viggo Mortensen or another that's been thrown around a lot, because there's actually a movie that he's in which he actually has silver hair, Mads Mikkelsen.
Really? What?
Yeah, the guy from Hannibal.
Oh, who did he play?
Let me see. Let me look this up right now, because this is actually, I don't know what the name of the movie is, but it's one that I wanted to watch because.
What's the name of the character?
I'm gonna check it up really quick. Mads Mikkelsen, white hair. Fucking love Google. Come on, don't do this to me.
We're doing this to you.
No, this fucking Google's being all like cunts and stuff. Like, why?
I mean, that's nothing new.
Yeah. Is this it? Is it Age of Uprising? Yes, it is. Okay. Age of Uprising: The Legend of Michael Kohalas. Kolas. It's a 2013 film starring my nigga Mads Mikkelsen. He plays as a character named Michael Kolas, who I'm guessing is maybe a real person. I don't know. Is this a fucking biography or is this some bullshit? It's a legend. In the 16th century, in the Cevennes, a horse dealer by the name of Michael Kolas leads a happy family life. When a lord treats him unjustly, he raises an army and puts the country to fire and sword in order to have his rights restored. I don't fucking know. I gotta watch the movie sometime. Anyway, he's got actually, you know, I'm gonna link this to you just so that you can see it. And the reason why I'm even bringing this up is because of this picture, in which Mads Mikkelsen has this silver as fuck hair, right? And on top of that, he looks pretty fucking neato. That's very Geralt. It's a very Geralt look, if you were to ask me.
Let me see.
Just look at that shit, nigga.
Yeah, I could see it. Like, I'm not too big on The Witcher, but yes, I could definitely see someone like that, or as you brought up, a Viggo Mortensen definitely filling that role.
Yeah.
To a pretty substantial degree.
There's a lot of potential here.
Yes, I would say so.
And hopefully they fulfill it. Hopefully they make everyone's dreams come true.
I doubt it.
No, I mean, because, you know, it's Hollywood, so that's what happens. Dreams die.
Yeah.
You have a tendency to just get an addiction to cocaine, then you fall into porn.
I hope.
But hey, yeah, the films are going to start coming out in 2017, so here's to hoping.
Yeah, so moving on from that. SNK...
I forgot I put this on.
Yeah. There are a lot of things I forgot we put on.
Oh god, we fucking worked the shit out of this doc.
Oh, definitely.
We're only on the second page.
Oh, 3. We're dead.
We're so dead.
Okay, so.
Alright.
SNK Playmore pulls out of the patchy slot pachinko business and is going to start focusing on mobile games and consoles. And the company apparently is doing this because there's a decline in pachinko players. And also, you know, regulatory charges have been created. You know, basically, what's going on is that, for SNK at least, pachinko and patch-a-slot is actually becoming a little bit unstable.
And this is a positive, in my opinion, the fact that these changes have created uncertainties in the patch-a-slot business, because what could that mean for other people? Does that mean, like...
Does that mean that Konami is going to fall out of this?
Like, it could either mean that they're going to fucking, A, lose money trying to bank on this hard, which I would love to see that.
Right.
Or they will alternatively not do that anymore and focus more on other stuff. Which, again, that'd be another positive. Whatever. I mean, I don't care about Konami. I'm not going to support them ever again. It's fucking whatever.
Yeah.
But what this also means is that it's interesting, because you remember there's been a lot of fear and hyperbole about Capcom and fucking who else? Sega. Capcom and Sega have a number of patchy slot and pachinko machines that they've put out there. And a lot of people fear, like, oh god, DMC is going to turn into this. It'll never return as a video game. But,
I mean, you know, yeah, it's, well...
but here's the thing, though.
Yeah.
Have you noticed that neither company ever fully invested into them hard? Like, they've never actually made, like, a shit ton of, like, guys, we got the next Monster Hunter coming up. Patchy Slot Edition. Guys, we know that you've been fucking dying for Vanquish 2. Patchy Slot Edition coming out. Like, you know, that's not been happening. Like, there is a Bayonetta patchy slot.
Yeah.
There is a DMC. I think there's a patchy slot of that. I'm not sure.
Yeah, there is.
I know there's a gambling machine of it. Like, they do exist, but they're not being announced as big projects for people to be like, yeah, fucking go after that shit. Because apparently, like, what I'm guessing, what I'm seeing from their habits, is that they're not trying to bank on that. Like, they're being more wise about the situation, which that's encouraging. I like the fact that pachinko might not be the future of video games, because, again, right here, it's caustic. It is a volatile dependency that might just fuck you in the end.
Which arguably the same could be said theoretically for regular games, absolutely.
Yeah,
but you never know.
I mean, that's why they make, business decisions to not make certain games, or to focus on a specific genre, or use, like, to invest their production values in certain aspects that, others get ignored, unfortunately. But it's nice to see that this threat that was starting to consume a lot of our fear and stuff like that is starting to die down. And it's like, all right, maybe not everything's going to turn into pachinko and patchy slots. So, all right, sick.
Or, at least not yet.
Yeah, not yet.
Like, we still definitely have some time.
It just becomes like a fucking everyday thing where everyone gets one in their home. So,
Hit the lever.
Hit the lever. Experience the story. Do sick enemy hop on that lever.
Frame perfect lever hitting.
Frame perfect.
So anyway.
Does that lever have inertia?
Not on Unreal, it doesn't.
Oh, Unreal. But anyway. Alright, so moving on from that, this is even furthermore fucking weird.
Yeah, this is the salty cast. Oh, yeah. This is about to get, super sad. .pdf. Yeah.
So EA is earning more money through DLC and microtransactions than full digital sales.
Which is, I guess a lot of people sort of assume that shit, but it's weird when you actually have the confirmation.
It's even weirder when you realize that they're making twice the money. Twice the dollar bill.
Here's the thing. EA's a big fucking dude.
Oh yeah.
Like, he's kind of Hugo.
Absolutely.
He's kind of Haj.
He's like Xbox. He's pretty big.
Yeah, he's pretty huge. So for him, for our man EA to be like, yeah, by the way, we make double, just out of nowhere, it's kind of a huge deal.
Yeah, it's a pretty big deal every know. And see, here's the thing. I mean, we're talking about EA again. These are people who could put out physical copies on a regular basis if they chose to,
without any problem, really. But it's just
Yeah.
like, it's the
but
whole
they want nothing but pure profit, so they're not going to.
yeah, so
And that's understandable. It's a
that whole
company. That's what they do.
it's the
They're
whole
heartless.
choice thing.
Yeah, and see, we're talking about digital sales here, so they make the most money out of digital sales,
Right.
especially since most of their, like, if it's on PC, it's getting exclusively sold through their outlet.
Right.
You know, they abandoned Steam. There's only a few games they have on Steam now. I mean, they got a bunch on Steam, but
Oh yeah. Well.
you know, like, all their new shit's all on Origin. So 55 million was their revenue for the year, as opposed to, and by the way, that was for digital sales for full games, as in, like, you know, fucking, I guess throw an example out, like fucking Dead Space 3 and Dragon Age Inquisition.
Right. Right. Right.
But of course, as you know, those games have microtransactions and DLC, surmounting to $127 million in revenue.
Which
That is more than
a
twice.
Which is a lot.
That's fucking insane.
That is so much money.
It's free
Like,
money.
Yeah, and like the thing is like that's the kind of stuff that really does sort of raise a lot of eyebrows, because
Yeah.
when you see companies start making returns like that on the reg, that's like pretty easy to confirm that that is just all the normal practice.
And it's like, why? At what point do they even have a reason to be like, nah?
Yeah, no,
No, I guess it's
Not-
hurting the customer, so we're not going to do it.
not today. Maybe tomorrow.
No. I mean, that whole thing where it's all based on you using your wallet, spending your money the way that you see fit.
That is
If
the
you
that
don't
is the
like
most
this, you don't buy.
that is the most brilliant dodge on the planet fucking Earth. Like, nobody understands how this is the perfect defense. And like, I get it. Like, fucking idiots will defend anything, but
Yeah.
like, that's somewhat of a cogent argument. Like, a little bit. Like,
It's just
a little
like-
bit.
If you don't want to see this continuing to happen, if you don't want to see them putting effort into this, they, like, if they were even making like $1 million off of this,
Well,
in revenue,
That's so much
that's
more
$1
reason.
million extra bucks in their pocket.
Absolutely.
It's so, like, it's something you have to fucking dedicate yourself to, just be like, no. But people just, they're not. Then they're okay with it. And so it'll just, EA is going to continue to fucking do this. I don't see them stopping that anytime soon, ever.
Right.
I mean, this is basically a brag. This is basically them saying, fuck you.
Yeah, we got away with it.
We got so much money.
We got the fuck away with it. Like, that is so
Yeah,
scary.
it's getting away with murder. And it's largely on our heads.
A little bit.
I mean,
yeah.
I don't want to say that because, like, they're like, I mean, companies like fucking CDPR exist, and they laugh at shit like this. They're like, no, fuck that. We're not going to do that to you. And I'm happy about that, but then you got EA saying, well, why not? Look at the $127 million that we just made from just, like, shitting.
Yeah. No, really, like, that is exactly what this says, and it's stuff like that which really does tell you a lot about, you know, the way things are going.
Yeah.
So
Depressing.
Yeah, a little bit.
And then continuing down that depressing hole.
Yeah, like, even more. So let's talk about
Let's talk about two Bungie IPs, one of which are no longer Bungie's because it's now 343's. So, related. We got
Yeah.
Destiny, who apparently their cosmetic microtransactions are doing extremely well.
Yes,
How well, you might
so.
be asking? Well, let's take a look at the PSN. So on the PlayStation Network, the top 3 spots are taken by number 1, Destiny: The Taken King. Number 2, 1,000 silver bundles, which is the in-game currency in Destiny: Taken King. Number 3, the 2,000 silver bundle.
Which
Mind
is,
you-
once again, the currency of Destiny, the Taken
Correct.
King.
That you spend real-life money in for fake money to buy cosmetics in the cosmetic shop.
Don't you love
dances
fake
and stuff.
money, Mark?
I love fake money so much. Now, I mean, you could obviously, and it's a very good argument. Like, well, it's just fucking cosmetic stuff. It's just fucking like.
Actually, no. I actually don't think that's a good argument. I fucking hate that shit, dude.
I do too, but I'm trying to be like,
why?
Like
No,
a moderator.
Why? Because remember when once upon a time that shit was just something you didn't, like, you were able to earn. You didn't have to,
yes, I agree.
And it was never advantageous to you to fucking throw your own money at the problem. It was always.
I know, but like, I just for the sake of playing devil's advocate.
Well, okay.
Just for the sake of it, like, let's break it down, because this is unfortunately, you have to do a dance here. You have to break it down to, okay, what affects the video game that I'm playing and how powerful I am and how progress is being made versus what is frivolous and therefore does not matter entirely. Now, I'm with you. Well, for me, like, you know, I'm right on that boat. We're earning cosmetics and stuff like that. That is right up my alley because I love that shit. You know, I'm not a fan of having to pay for it. But to break it down into those basic elements, yes, Destiny is not doing anything that destroys your core gameplay experience. Though Jim Sterling did make a very good argument that the reason why these things exist is so that people can buy them, show them off, and then encourage other people to spend money to try to milk the whale.
Yeah.
And like, again,
ain't nobody would be fucking. Nobody, like, no developer would be selling this shit if they knew people didn't want it.
Yeah. But Destiny and anything EA prove otherwise. And apparently also Halo 5.
Yeah, like, this is another game that's just gotten mad fucking microtransaction dollars.
And again, all for cosmetic stuff. And I mean, I'm not a fan of making the fallacy of slippery slope. Like, it's only cosmetics now, but what is it tomorrow? I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to say that. Instead, I'll stick to what it is. It's cosmetics now. What the fuck, man? Like, why would you ever encourage to just buy a helmet when instead they could have let you earn it? And in the process of earning it, it was not like a huge grind. Just imagine that. Just for a fucking second. Just picture it. Not having to grind in Halo to get what you want. Sure, you might have to work for it, but the work doesn't feel like work. Instead, it's like, oh, I'm playing the game. Oh, look, I got a reward. Oh, man, this is super cool. It's like I'm playing a video game or something.
Yeah.
Why is this such a concept that people just like to sort of shove away and don't want to hear? I don't understand that.
Well, see, the thing is like, and I don't know, because, like, part of it you do want to be like, well, is it really all about the gameplay?
Mm-hmm.
But then at the same time, it's like, you know, these games, I hate to say it, but they're really not all about the gameplay.
No, they're not. Yeah.
Because, like, they come with these fucking incredible fucking, like, with all of this shit that has nothing to do with your actual in-game shit, like parties and fucking, and, you know, all this social shit, right?
Yeah.
So clearly it's meant to go a little bit further beyond you as just your character in a game, right?
Yeah,
like,
it becomes a social experience.
Yeah, it's a social thing, and you know, the social thing is that you want to be visually on some level unique or different.
Especially to show off what you have or did.
Yeah, like, you know, fucking one of the coolest things about fucking old WoW was the legendaries.
Yes.
And in the epics that you got that were, like, unique, cool, fun models, and especially with the transmogs, like, people just had fucking cosplay builds and sets and shit, and they fucking wore them because they wanted them, you know?
Yeah.
But it's just, yeah, when you're trying to say, like, oh, is it really all about, you know, this? It's not really all about the game at that point, because the game is not necessarily fully designed around the gameplay.
Yeah, I mean, coming back to, like, what Jim Sterling said, like, it's a mind fuck. It's to spark envy inside of you so that you reach into your wallet and go, okay, yeah, here, sure. It's kind of fucked. It's sneaky.
It really is, and it's not cool, man. Like, I fucking hate, like, this shit. Like, and I know you haven't seen it yet, but I have it uploaded privately on my channel at this point. So I'll let you watch the new Devil's Advocate I'm working on.
Ah, yes.
Like, as soon as we're done with this. So it's like this is actually kind of a big deal in some respects, just because, like, you know, you do have to give up so much for, you know, like, whenever the microtransactions come in, they usually come in for stuff that they could get away with on some level reasonably.
Yeah.
And if there is a defense to be made for a shitty practice, people will make it. Like, people will say that they don't care about the cosmetics that they used to be able to get reasonably, just so they don't have to fucking, like, think about, you know, like, wow, I'm really getting fucked by all this shit, you know? So, I mean, it's just, it's such a frustrating state to be in. And and the thing is that whenever shit like this happens, it's going to keep happening. It has no reason to stop because it keeps working.
It's working better now than it ever has.
Yeah, it ever has. And it's and the thing is that people are starting to warm up to it a little bit more.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it's conditioning. Yeah.
Because over time, like, and of course, like, I'm sure you know this, the first fucking purchase is always the hardest.
Yeah.
But after that, fucking shit's free. Like, shit's easy. It really is, and it's really frustrating to keep, you know, seeing no incentive being provided to treat your customers like anything other than just piles of money.
Like, the worst part about it, too, is that hearing them complain is not a good enough incentive.
Oh yeah, like customer dissatisfaction means nothing anymore. Because, like, and, you know, that street runs two ways. Like, you know, internet outrage is incredibly easy to spark. Like, I get it. Like, people being mad on the net is nothing new. It's not going to be new tomorrow. But at the same time, it's like, when you have verifiable reasons for why someone is unhappy with the current state of their product, but you're actively choosing the quick money you get by exploiting that customer over just them being happy with the purchase that they already made up front anyway, or would have been willing to make up front anyway. Like, in that respect, it's fucking, it's bad. It's bad practice. It's bad for everybody involved. But nobody, like I said, like, people will defend anything. Just so...
And apparently, suppose this is especially talking about fucking Halo 5. Apparently the fanboys have been super vehement.
Oh, of course. Why wouldn't they be? Fuck it, dude.
Yeah, they I guess, you know, that also explains why it's so successful, too. Because, shit, man, they're... well,
I mean, like, I get it. People like what they like, but at the same time, there's a difference between liking something and defending it actively fucking you.
Yeah.
Like, those two things are not equivalent in the slightest, but...
I mean, defending a company in general is just kind of, like, unnecessary. As an individual, as a customer, you don't have to defend any... Nintendo is not going to piss on our teeth just because we like their games. If our teeth were on fire, they wouldn't piss on our gums.
Right. And that's...
You know, I love CDPR. I fucking suck that dick all day. I'm not going to, like, really actively defend the company, though, because what the fuck would they give a shit about me?
Yeah.
And you know, it's not me being greedy. It's a company. It's a soulless fucking company.
Yeah.
You know, these are, like, games that have a lot of meaning to it.
The thing is, you show that commitment to your customers, not through, like, a fucking forum post, but through the product you provide and the way that you provide it.
Absolutely.
And same thing with customers. Like, if you don't have to go onto a fucking message board or make a fucking YouTube video to defend a company, you just do that with your purchase.
Yeah.
You do that by willingly, you know, giving another thing money. That's really what it comes down to. But it's like, for whatever strange, you know, fucking reason, all of these
people just gotta they gotta be that true fan.
Well, it's like, it's not even the fan thing as so much as, you know, as just, you know, I don't know, just like not really willing to admit fault, I guess.
Well, I mean, a fan is short for fanatic.
Oh, certainly.
Fanatics have a
like,
hard
like
time, you know.
the fanaticism is definitely noted, but
Oh, yeah.
you know, at the same time, it's just you see and you keep seeing it, and it keeps getting worse and worse as the actions of the fucking dev teams get worse.
Yeah.
And like the thing that really pisses me off is that whenever like a company makes a shitty decision, it doesn't matter what it is, but as soon as, you know, a company makes a poor choice in any regard, someone is there to give them the inch for them to take the mile.
Oh, absolutely.
Always, without fail. As soon as frame rates, as soon as performance stops being a priority, well, it's okay, just as long as it doesn't dip below 30.
Yeah.
Well, and you know, like, you know that shit. Like, that's something that happens.
Yeah, I do.
So it's just, it's not cool, you know.
No, it's very frustrating.
It is, and it doesn't need to be the way that it is. It's just, but like, at this point, it almost sort of has to. Because who's really going to get, you know, who's really going to get aggro at this point, and what company is going to take that person, that individual, or that group of people seriously?
And it's absolutely expected. Because, like, fucking, this last point we have for this very same thing. Bandai Namco, they're attempting to market the DLC Season Pass for Naruto, the new Naruto game coming out.
Yeah.
For quote-unquote true Naruto fans. So I'll read the quote really quick. If you go to their page to learn about their DLC Season Pass, it says, "To the true fans who will buy the Season Pass or the 3 DLC packs, Bandai Namco Entertainment will give away a free exclusive combination secret technique."
But what?
Remember,
they're selling moves now? In a game about moves?
yes.
Oh, excuse me. Hold on while I be a true fan and not fucking buy that.
So there's 3 DLC packs.
Yeah.
And each one comes with costumes, item sets, outfits, and of course these combination secret techniques, these moves.
So they're
2 of the
fucking
3 of them
selling
have a
jutsus,
3-hour
basically.
scenario. Yeah.
Wow.
It's
Okay.
Are you a true fan? See, I mean, this also comes back to what we were saying also with Halo 5. Like, these people want to defend this shit to the point where they're just like, really
and there's no
okay with
reason
them getting
for
fucked. Yeah, I know.
It's just, it's so fucking annoying.
Like, it's expected now. It's so expected that they actually market this as, "Are you a true fan?"
Yeah, are you willing to, you know, love us for our occasional, like, are you willing to ignore our faults?
Can you hug us with money?
Yeah, basically. Can you just forget the hug? Can we just get the money? Real quick. We'll give it back.
Leave it at the door.
Promise.
I don't really want to touch you. I don't want to look at you.
It's just, it's so fucking ass. But yeah. So, anyway, moving on from this incredibly sad topic onto something
positivity,
a little bit better. Let's paint some happy motherfucking trees. So the Bob Ross Marathon has been going on Twitch, and if you don't know what's been going on, basically Twitch has opened up a new creative sector, a new creative genre for you to watch on Twitch. And what this is, it's basically, like, you know how they have the music, you know, now they have creative. And creative, they started it all out with a marathon of Bob Ross.
Bob motherfucking Ross,
Bob
a man from my childhood.
Fucking Ross.
Can I just say, I saw this tweet by, I don't fucking know who. Some guy got retweeted by Trihex.
Right.
And he's like, you know, so many people watching Bob Ross for this long, ever since like the October 29th, 2 p.m. Fucking premiere up until now, kind of shows that a lot of people are really hungry for positive content on the internet, not everything just being, you know, angry and snarky.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like, oh my god, just like having
I know,
something,
and it makes me happy.
Something to watch that like doesn't involve any amount of fervor or like and I know that's really weird coming from us.
Yeah.
But it's like, we don't really like being mad all the time.
No, I hate being mad.
We
man.
really
being
don't.
mad
Like,
sucks.
I want to be the like, that's why I'm playing Yoshi's Woolly World right now, is like, because I just want to be happy.
It's why when we were talking about fucking Street Fighter earlier, I was super like pleased and gushing for it.
Yeah, that's why.
Like,
Like,
I
want
want to have nothing
album
but
recommended.
happiness
Like
to
all
report,
this shit
you know?
because we don't do it because we fucking hate it.
We love video games.
Yeah, we
I
do
know
it because we like the things.
it's not expected from us, but we do. It's kind of weird.
Fucking. But yeah, like, I think that's a really valid thing, and unfortunately, the Bob Ross marathon has just ended. But what I would really hope that, you know, like a new marathon happens.
Yeah.
And like, or just a rerun marathon would be nice.
And why not too? I think that'd be perfectly fucking cool because, you know, they've actually, Bob Ross isn't the only one who's actually put up like creative as their thing and then run shows that they made. Like, sure, there's the Bob Ross thing, which is fucking amazing, but also my boy Mike B, aka Phony. If anyone's ever heard of him, he's fucking awesome. Been watching him since like Jesus Christ, ever since he made that Ion video on his old channel, like way back when.
Right.
He has actually on his channel, on his Twitch channel, he uses the creative platform, and has been running his Blizz Blues with Darnell series, like on sort of like a repeat. Like he has all the episodes, and like when they run through all the way, they start back over again. And I love this. So I hope that with Bob Ross, like Bob Ross will always be dependably there.
Yes,
Just
like
watch.
If you want to watch Bob Ross, you can do that now on Twitch. Like, think about how awesome that is. Like, think about how
It's
awesome
so
that
great.
would be. It's like, oh,
See, for
so...
me, like Bob Ross has like this huge thing for me. I've said this several times, not on the podcast, but I've said it several times, probably to you, maybe actually, I don't know. Bob Ross has a huge fucking impact on my childhood.
Yeah.
My grandfather actually first introduced me to Bob Ross. He's like, "Did you ever hear this guy named Bob Ross?" I'm like, "The fuck is that?" Well, I mean, I was too young to say the fuck is that, but essentially, mentally, I was like, "The fuck is that?" And he's like, "All right, check this out." So he puts on like I think PBS or something like that.
Yeah, because it was on PBS.
Yeah, and there was this dude with an afro painting. I was like, this is the fucking dumbest thing I've ever seen. Or at least I'm thinking that at first, right? And then I'm sitting there and watching him, and he's just so chill.
He's just like, no confrontation. He's like, hey, don't fuck this up.
No judging.
Yeah, no fucking judgment. Just, hey, guys, have fun with this thing.
Like, his whole entire...
Like, oh my god, today he would be called such a faggot.
I know. It's true, but like, I'm absolutely in love with this guy's everything about him.
Yeah. So
like, all he wants to do is just share what he knows. He wants people to be happy. He's like I love how he just repeatedly says stuff like, you know, stuff like this back when I was painting this traditionally without using my techniques. I was struggling so hard, and it was making a lot of people feel really inadequate when they're painting. But people are, you're going to be able to paint this within like an hour, and when you get it done, people are going to think that you worked years on that piece. It's like, you're fucking right. Your techniques are fucking sick, and he's not a snake oil salesman. Like he shows and demonstrates like these fucking sick ass techniques that he's worked on to try to like make quick, cool, and efficient ways to mimic mountains, rivers, reflections, grass, trees.
This shit goes on in his head so hard. Like, you can tell, like, he knows what he's doing.
Yeah.
But he makes it look so effortless, and he makes it look like fun.
Yeah.
Like,
could you watch his techniques too, it's like, I could do that.
Could you imagine the joy of Devil May Cry?
Oh my, please.
Like, and if you drop a combo, there's no judgment. Like, oh my god, like...
I really wish that was the case, because Jesus Christ, the fucking style.
Okay, hold on. Let's not talk about communities here. let's not talk about cancer here.
Let's not talk about cancer. Let's talk about Bob Ross.
Oh my god, it's so fun, dude. Like that is just like, yeah, it's like, and I think it's cool that people would be interested in something that is just so fucking so friendly and non-aggressive and
the humor that they use to roll with it too.
Yeah, like in Twitch.
Yeah.
Like the shittiest fucking one of the worst.
Definitely top 5. It's one of the top 5 shittiest places to be.
Definitely, and it's just like
it makes me happy. Like, I love the way they have the humor that they use their fucking internet stupid meme humor, in combination with Bob Ross, it works really well. It's hilarious. Like, I love how every time he beats his brush, and they just say automatically "Rip Devil" because he's like, you just beat the devil out of it.
And just beat the devil out.
Or like when he adds in like a fucking a splotch somewhere, where he's gonna put like a tree. It's ruined.
Ruined.
Saved. Ruined. Saved. Like when he's working on it, it's like, I love this. It's such a fucking like. It feels like there's a sense of camaraderie going on there.
Yeah.
Because we're all so used to this gigantic fucking onslaught of negativity that when you're seeing Bob Ross bring everyone together, over 50,000 fucking people at a time, and they're all just having fun, just doing ruined, saved, GG.
Yeah, GLHF, GLHF.
Yeah. I love it. Like, it makes, and for me, especially for me, it makes me so happy to see other people appreciating Bob Ross. Because I've always had a very difficult time trying to explain to other people, like, you gotta check out Bob Ross sometime. I think you'd really enjoy it. And then every time, I show it to a friend, it's like,
it's
magical.
magical.
What is this?
It's fucking magical.
What the fuck's with this fucking guy's afro? This is the fucking dumb shit.
I love the afro, dude.
I love it too. But like, every time, you bring it onto a new person, it's always like, all right, great. Now they have to fucking learn that this isn't based on the afro. Just enjoy everything. And the afro is fine, by the way. It's fucking amazing. God damn. So yeah, Bob Ross, tons of positivity. Making the world a greater place, one episode at a time. Rip Bob Ross, died back in like 95.
Yeah.
Sucks.
So yeah, that's your daily dose of hug box for this cast. So StarCraft 2 Legacy of the Void has a new trailer. Have you seen it?
No, I didn't see that one.
So it looks all right. It's a cinematic trailer, so it looks okay. But
yeah,
really, what I notice in it is like just how much what's the word I want to use? Like just how I forgot about StarCraft 2.
Yeah.
And like that's not really a good thing per se.
Well, I keep on forgetting about StarCraft 2 because I'm not a huge fan of RTS. I like turn-based strategy, but I'm not a huge fan of RTS. And then on top of that, I have a personal gripe with Blizzard.
As far as StarCraft goes?
Yeah. There was this thing that you guys were going to release ages ago.
Oh yeah, Ghost.
And that never happened. In fact, it went on for eons before you even said, oh yeah, we stopped working on that, we canceled it. I'm sorry, it's officially canceled. We could use that news like back in 2003, not 2014.
Right.
But hey, whatever, I digress. And now you're bringing us these Nova missions.
Yeah.
In RTS style, stealth RTS. I'm sure plenty of people are going to love that. That's cool.
Yeah.
For me, though, for my greedy little self, it'd be super cool if you made a little game called StarCraft Ghost. It'd be pretty neat. And unfortunately, it doesn't seem that you're going to be doing that. So, hey, anyone that's looking forward to playing as Nova in some RTS stealth missions, there's going to be, I think, I think they said 3, right? There's going to be 3 of them or some shit.
Yeah.
So, enjoy that. You got anything else to say about StarCraft? Because I don't really have
No,
much.
not really. It's just I forgot about the WCS. I forgot about a lot of shit that was going on with GOM and Kespa. And it's like all this shit that, like you would think would be really important, but just really hasn't been for either Brood War or whatever. And, it's just... StarCraft really did sort of, start to die out after League came into, the scene, or MOBAs in general, and that's, that's interesting to watch, but it's also pretty sad.
Yeah.
So, just something to think about for the future, I guess.
And what's also interesting about that is that Blizzard's going back to revisit some older games to update them, and among them is StarCraft.
Yep.
The original.
Yep. And that means
the original.
Brood War is probably on that docket, I would have to imagine.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're also going to be updating Diablo 2 and Warcraft 3. And I'm concerned.
Yeah, so why are you concerned?
Two reasons. I've watched World of Warcraft turn into a super casualized baby diarrhea fest that I cannot remotely stand. It turns my stomach to think about. Every time I think about the talent trees in modern WoW, I get mad. Every time I think about the way how group compositions work, how there's no real effort to make classes unique and bring something interesting to a raid, but rather instead they homogenize them all. Every time I think about the fact that they changed rotations to become fucking obnoxious and everything is basically FCFS, to also take into consideration that LFR and LFG have essentially turned all group content into mindless button mashing, I see a gigantic fucking mess when I see World of Warcraft. And that's what Blizzard turned it into over time.
Right.
And they say that they want to update StarCraft, Diablo 2, and Warcraft 3 with modern video game tendencies. So,
and that specific phrase right there is, I think, what's going to be very scary for a lot of people. Is
especially when you consider Diablo 3.
Yeah.
Because Diablo 3 was also one of those video games that came out with these modern game tendencies.
That really does depend on what type of tendencies you're talking about. And, really, when we're talking about a company like Activision Blizzard, there are not too many resources for them to pull from aside from the shittiest ones.
Yeah. So I'm concerned. If Diablo 2 ends up being like Diablo 3, where they take away like the interesting and intricate talent trees and replace it with, whatever, that Diablo 3 system where you put in your own moves and you fucking glyph them or whatever.
Yeah.
I'll be really disappointed. I'll be super sad about that.
Yeah.
I hate to see these specifically Blizzard is trying to phase out the existence of talent trees. I don't get that.
Right.
It's upsetting.
Well, I don't know what the fuck their goal is with that, but I think we're gonna skip over the next point and I guess the point after that and move on to Batman Arkham Knight PC getting a re-release and subsequently being pulled again.
Yes.
So, are you a fan of Batman, like the Arkham series? I'm not either. I am not either, but I have a lot of friends who are, and this is really sort of sad to see.
Yeah.
Because I can't really think of too many reasons for why this happened, aside from just complete and total incompetence and lack of caring.
Yeah.
Because, okay, they first off, and props to Steam for their refund system.
Yeah.
Because this is what you use that for. For shitty, broken, fucking ports.
I'm going to check something really quick. I'm going to go to Batman. I'm going to go Batman.com now. I'm going to go to Batman Arkham Knight.
So.
All right, it wasn't pulled. You can actually still buy it. But
you can still. Oh yeah, but they're allowing full refunds.
Yes, no matter when you bought it, the refunds have, and I'm going to put an emphasis on here. The emphasis is on the fact that the refunds are completely, apparently, allegedly, entirely unconditional. This means that if you bought the game, say you even pre-ordered it earlier this year, like in the first quarter of this year or the second quarter of this year,
right?
And you got the game on launch and you've had it ever since, and you decided for whatever reason that you weren't going to return it, and let's put on top of that you've not only had the game for that long, but you also beat it, you got every achievement, you've dumped like 100, 200 hours in that game, you can get your full money back.
Which is nice.
I'd recommend.
Which I don't think they would have done willingly. I'm just going to say that up front. I don't think that was a conscious, willing decision.
No, I don't think it was done from the good of their heart.
But regardless of where it came from, it's here now.
And I'm happy about that.
Yes.
So
if you're a fan of Arkham Knight, I guess get it on a console.
Yeah.
This is one of the rare...
Apparently, from what I hear, the PS4 version's the definitive edition. So
which is so fucking unreasonable. Like,
yeah,
it's just it's incompetence, really. I can't think of any because, like, they had stable fucking ports before. This is just them
the funny thing
failing
is,
to fucking do their job.
Like, if you have only 2 gigs of RAM on your GPU, you will almost certainly not see any performance increase from the last version to now. If you have 4 gigs of RAM of GPU on your GPU.
Oh yeah, this fucking metric is ridiculous.
Yeah, for whatever they blame Windows 10 for like memory management, like we can't do it. And
how many other
people
games
are even getting
doing...
unstable performances on fucking GTX 980s.
And here's the thing: what was the number of RAM? What was the amount of RAM that they said that would be recommended?
Oh, I can't even remember. Let me.
It was. I think it was 12 or 16.
Some fucking.
It was either 12 or 16 gigs of RAM.
Minimum is 6. Recommended's 8 now. It's 8 now. Which is still goofy.
Like, that is just fucking ridiculous. Like, the thing is that I don't know about you, but I actually have 12. I have 16 gigs of RAM in my system. That is so fucking unreasonable for just people to have.
For gaming, yeah.
That's unreasonable.
Yeah.
No other word.
I mean, for editing, it's pretty sick, but for
editing,
gaming, it's not.
That's fantastic. For anything else, even most games is completely unreasonable. It's unused.
It's excess, yeah.
But like, what they're doing now with this is like, hey, at this point, it is literally just, if for whatever reason you cannot run Batman Arkham Knight, it is no longer our fault, it is yours. For not investing the highest amount of dosh possible in your fucking version. In your rig. Which is just so stupid. Like, it's so fucking lame.
And I am praying to all the gods that you also get, if you do get a refund, you also get your money back on that fucking season pass or whatever.
Oh, please, for the love of God. And I love how people are like, oh, fuck it, what were you expecting? Like, guys, come on, what were you expecting? Like, why would you expect something you pay money for to fucking work? Guys, just stop. It's totally common practice at this point. It's just, oh my fucking God.
Apologists ahoy.
That's really what it comes down to, and it's just like that's a bit of a fucking, you know, phrase that gets thrown around quite a bit, and some would say unreasonably, but you know,
I mean, half the time we're using it jokingly, but at this very moment, I'm not joking.
Yeah, like that is just it's dumb. It is.
It's pretty fucking dumb.
So yeah, like fucking Batman, the crew that makes the Batman games, you know, whether their game design is good or not, and this is a thing that I think a lot of people really overlook, is that it doesn't matter how good your game's mechanics and story is, if it doesn't fucking work, if it doesn't
kind of important.
fucking run. So that's where we're at right now. And I don't know how the fuck this got on as our last topic.
Oh, you know, before we do that, I'm going to take a piss.
Okay, so I'll give him the lowdown. So basically, here's the deal, Reno. Hellblade, the game that is being developed by ex-DMC dev Ninja Theory, even after they went through their pretty serious downsizing, I guess you could say, has been releasing a series of relatively comprehensive dev diaries, going into their developmental process for Hellblade. And honestly, you know, for someone like me who likes seeing how things get made, I like it, but it's also pretty interesting to see how they're approaching the problems with their budget. And, you know, because basically what they're doing is they have this model. It's called the AAA indie model. And it's basically, it's a bit of an impractical pipe dream. But the fundamentals of it is this. You turn out a AAA quality video game with a indie team and an indie budget, which means an indie dev cycle. So basically it's like, hey, how do we turn out an incredibly high quality product with no fucking money? And that's, how they're handling it's pretty engaging to see, and I like watching it. I also like how they have Andy Lupuega returning for the music. But beyond any of that, one of their most recent dev diaries talks a lot about Senua, who is the main character. And as far as that goes, they're doing some stuff with the character of Senua and how they're modeling her. So essentially what's going on is they are using, full 3D scanning to get basically this really athletic woman in the game as a 3D model. And what the reasoning that they're doing this is that they want to have this warrior woman, this tribal warrior, be believable. And one thing I'm going to say in favor of the Ninja Theory, dev team and their approach to the PR with Hellblade is how careful they've been about sort of the whole SJW issue shit. Like there's in this entire video, both of them where they talk about both Senua's face and Senua's modeling, they never really mention anything pertaining to the portrayal of female characters in games or anything like that, and that's pretty neat. And yes, the way that they're doing it is they're doing it pretty smartly, and I like it a lot. But one thing and the reason I sort of put this here was that this sort of feeds into this sort of Ninja Theory-esque focus on the narrative over the game's mechanics. And that is potentially endemic of this whole fucking AAA indie thing.
Right.
Whether it is or not, I can't really say. Maybe it was always, the dev team's intention to turn out this very cinematic...
They have a proclivity for treating gameplay as a tertiary element, whereas the story becomes a priority.
It really shouldn't be, but...
I agree with you. But I mean, they've made that sort of clear when... Like, when you play their games, something I've noticed... I mean, I've only played a few of them, but something I've noticed from all of them, from, watching gameplay, or, quote-unquote gameplay, is that they have a tendency to barbarously interrupt their story as often as possible with whatever the fuck they can.
Yeah.
They really want to shove that narrative down your throat. And maybe... this is going to be one of the first times that they're able to do that without, just stopping your fucking game.
I don't know. I don't know, because they had this whole phase of vertical slicing.
Yeah. Basically,
for those of you who don't know, vertical slice is their attempt to sort of produce a final production, variable piece of content. And it came out, and they were sort of happy with it, but sort of not, so they scrapped everything and they're starting back over. With the knowledge thus gained, and that's fine. So
yeah, I mean that's a good way to. It's a good way to use your experience. I don't know if it's the most intelligent thing to do with your resources.
Yeah, at this stage, that's very risky at this stage.
It is. It's a risk, but hopefully it's a risk that can at least be twofold in reward.
Yeah.
So how much of this did you mention so far?
Basically, just been talking about the process that they've been doing and why they've been doing it, and I brought up how they wanted to have a realistic portrayal of female characters, which, or not just female characters but humans in general.
Yeah.
And I think that's a very important distinction in how they sort of been steering clear of the a lot of justice.
Gender identity, I like that. That's actually because to me, Antoniades is infamous for being inflammatory.
Oh,
and, it's nice to see that he, of all people who's being interviewed, was putting an emphasis on talking about video game characters are improportionate.
Yeah.
They have these fantasy models. He keeps using video game character models. He keeps on referring to video game characters. He never says female or male.
Right.
And I know, checking our pronouns is a silly thing, but it's at a point right now where not only are we talking about Tamim Antoniades, it's someone who's known for trying to fucking piss people off, of him of all people to not become so specific, and to instead rather choose to include, be more inclusive with his words, but also because we're living in a time right now where everyone is putting such a myopic and strict viewpoint on the way things function, where as if there are no sexualized and no disproportionately glamorous males in video games. So to say video game characters is, well, it's right.
Accurate.
Yeah, like it's just being honest and true, and I think it's funny because as a sub point, Patricia Hernandez, who wrote this article, just likes to focus on the female form, talking about how I think it's so funny that they find that the female form just so mysterious, and it's like, I mean, I know she's joking, she's not trying to be offensive, I get that.
Yeah.
But it's also like, you know, they're talking about people, like anyone. And because the human body is a very interesting and complicated, you know, piece of... To make art out of it is something that's much more complicated than just being like, oh yeah, I know my own gender, so I can do it however the way I want. Like, I mean, we're fucking talking about how Leonardo da Vinci used to actually, him and his students, they had carte blanche on corpses because the Borgia would actually allow them to go out to the graveyard, dig up the dead, bring it back to the, you know, mortuary, and then open them up and then study and draw, you know, illustrate how their muscles and tendons worked, and even just them with their bare skin, you know, because a corpse is stiff and a corpse is much different. It can be posed differently. So it's like trying to imitate the human anatomy is not just something you could be like, well, why is man or woman such a mystery? No, it's a matter of getting your art right. It's a matter of curiosity, knowledge, and self-bettering. And to see Tamim Antoniades do I think that's pretty cool. I like it. I think that's pretty interesting. Interesting. Also, by the way, I just fucking pissed out like half a gallon of water. It's pretty sick.
Right. So, really what's to be taken away from all this is, and one of the major points in why I put this here is that, with a Ninja Theory focus on all this story and shit, like, it's gonna be reviewing the game a fucking nightmare. You know, to me, it really does. It'll be a fucking travesty to try and review this shit because, like, with this huge emphasis on story, like, anything gameplay related is likely gonna get pushed to the wayside.
Oh, yeah.
To the point, and, you know, since they're tackling, like, a subject matter like fucking mental illness...
Which also means you're gonna have to do research on your own end.
Yeah. I find it hard to believe that like critiquing the game won't be misconstrued as critiquing the fucking subject matter.
Yeah.
It's just it won't be fun.
Fuck people with problems, am I right? High five.
Self high five.
God, I love myself.
But yeah, so those are the problems as they sort of reside.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's really about it for this edition of the ComfyCast, which
God damn.
We really need to find out what we're doing with our lives.
Hey, that's another 4 hours and 14 minutes.
Oh, we really are the super best friends cast. But yeah, so that's the end of this edition of the Bonfire Lit ComfyCast. Hope you guys all enjoyed it. My name has been Bash TSB.
And I've been Pokey, and I still love you very much.
I really don't.